If you look across the innersphere, you will recognize a quite obvious overabundance of Scotsmen. While important and big groups like the Indians or the Arabs only left a small footprint in the heritage of mankind, the comparable tiny population of Scotland left their marks everywhere. It seems like their cultural DNA is more potent than all others. The planet Northwind, colonized mainly by Irish and Welsh, is famous for the Highlanders. The center of the Italian population is not called Sardinia or Sicily, but Isle of Skye. And even the alien clans claim a Caledonian pedigree by honoring the memory of the Black Watch. Why is that so? One factor is that the most glorious and prosperous time in human history is connected and intertwined with a debauched family of Scottish nobles. Nothing could compare to their splendor and power, and many people hope to bask in their radiance by claiming some relation to this dynasty. If not one of blood, then at least one of culture. I want to explain to you how the history of this dynasty unfolded, their actions and misdeeds, triumphs and ruin. Of course, this will also be the story of the best time in mankind's past. The legend of a golden age of culture, prosperity and science, that to this very day kindles a longing to a happier time, lost forever. This is the tale of a Cameron Dynasty and the First Star League. The 21st century witnessed Terra's slow and painful emergence as a unified planet. The Western Alliance was humanity's first real attempt to global unity. It eventually evolved into the Terran Alliance, a vast coalition that oversaw the early colonization of the stars following the revolutionary discovery of the Kearney-Fushida hyperdrive. This drive enabled near-instantaneous travel across interstellar distances, and the Terran Alliance capitalized on it with great ambition, establishing the first interstellar colony on Tau Ceti IV, later known as New Earth, in 2116. Within a century, humanity had spread to hundreds of worlds, driven by dreams of opportunity and the desperate urge to escape the increasingly bureaucratic and oppressive alliance. However, as colonies matured and gained independence, the alliance grip weakened. The balance of power on Terra devolved into a tug-of-war between two dominant parties: the expansionists, who favored centralized control and military intervention, and the liberals, who promoted decentralization and autonomy for the colonies. Both parties, however, became increasingly corrupt and ineffective, and the growing disillusionment among the population culminated in a political paralysis, civil unrest, and ultimately open warfare. In 2235, the Outer Reaches Rebellion erupted. The Alliance defeat in that conflict led to the abandonment in 2242 of all colonies situated more than one jump, 30 light years, from Terra. The once unified mankind was fractured again. In this era, one man emerged with both vision and resolve: James McKenna, a naval officer born in the Yukon territories of Terra. Trained at Annapolis, brilliant but often insubordinate, McKenna's military genius eventually earned him command of the Alliance Navy in 2295. Recognizing the futility of the Alliance's bloated bureaucracy and the need for a true interstellar power, McKenna set about creating a black water navy, the first combat-ready fleet of warships, but his greatest hour came during the Zoli affair. Grant Zoli, a man of debatable merit, had created the People's Independence Party to capitalize on the frustration many citizens felt towards the established two parties. Behind the scenes, he shamelessly colluded with both, and was more than willing to take bribes, while carefully maintaining his facade as a true people's person. In 2314, this double play caught up with him, and he was assassinated. An event that sparked violent conflict between liberals and expansionists pushing Terra into full civil war. Mechwarrior intervened decisively, using orbital bombardment and his fleet's sheer presence to suppress the conflict. On June 2nd, 2315, Mechwarrior issued a historic proclamation condemning the corrupt old order and calling for a new political structure. The people of Terra, wary of war and chaos, rallied behind him. James Mechwarrior became the first Director General of a new Terran hegemony. The structure of a new state left little doubt about who held true authority. The hegemony blended centralized authority with limited local autonomy under appointed planetary governors, overseen by a High Council selected by Mechwarrior himself. All political parties were banned. The old mechanism of electoral manipulation was dismantled. While democracy was not entirely abolished, it was rendered subordinate to a single vision: unity under Terran leadership. To the people of Terra and the early hegemony, Mechwarrior was a liberator and a stabilizer, a military man who brought peace, order, and a sense of purpose. His charter promised justice, competence, and a firm hand. In practice, it laid the foundation for a dynastic order. However, Mechwarrior was not content with ruling Terra and the adjacent systems. He wanted to reunify all of mankind again. In a series of campaigns of persuasion, he extended the hegemony's borders through both diplomacy and war. Dozens of worlds were brought into the fold, some by treaty, others by invasion. Planets like Quentin, Arai, Helen, and Tawny fell under hegemony control, as did major resource-rich systems that had remained independent since the Alliance's fall. This was not without failure. In 2338, during the ill-fated Smyrna offensive, Mechwarrior's son and heir, Admiral Conrad Mechwarrior, suffered a humiliating defeat due to tactical hubris and flawed assumptions about enemy resistance. In a moment of humility and statesmanship, James Mechwarrior relieved his son of duty and returned to Terra. He died just a few weeks later. With the passing of James Mechwarrior, the High Council of the Terran hegemony found itself at a daunting crossroad. The vacuum left by the visionary architect of the hegemony was profound, and public confidence had been shaken in the wake of the disastrous Smyrna campaign. The councillors understood the urgency of the task: to find a successor capable of carrying forward Mechwarrior's vision, someone who could inspire trust and competence. Conrad Mechwarrior, disgraced and exiled from public life, had become a pitiable shadow of his former self, withdrawn to a crumbling estate in London, surrounded by dense flora and an absurd number of feline companions. Other close relatives offered little hope. Catherine Mechwarrior lacked the ambition. Austin Mechwarrior, though eager, failed to inspire confidence. The council search therefore turned outward, scanning the broader family tree for candidates. Two names emerged. One was Senator Graham Nellas, nephew to James Mechwarrior and representative for the Pacific Northwest states in the Terran Congress. A decorated Marine veteran of the Addicts campaign, Nellas embodied military valor and political polish. He was handsome, articulate, and ideologically conservative. A man well versed in the political theater of the day. The other was a quieter, more enigmatic figure, Michael Cameron, Mechwarrior's third cousin. At 30 years old, Cameron was serving in the Army Reserves and was widely regarded as a brilliant, if introverted, scholar. He harbored a deep disdain for politics. His curiosity was boundless, and he possessed a rare talent for mastering any subject he turned his attention to. An early sign of the polymath reputation he would later earn as the first Renaissance man of a modern era. Intermission: the ancestral roots of House Cameron. The Cameron family traces its roots back to the rugged highlands of 15th century Scotland, where Sir Ian Cameron of Lochiel emerged as a prominent figure early. Born in 1426, Sir Ian distinguished himself as a fierce warrior and loyal supporter of the Scottish monarchy. His knighthood was conferred by King James IV in 1505, in recognition for his role at the Battle of New Durl Ford. Though the battle itself was a relatively minor engagement against coastal brigand, it served to solidify the Cameron's clan's standing as defenders of the Scottish crown and set the precedent for future generations' involvement in military and political affairs. In the 17th century, Richard Cameron became one of the most well-known descendants of the Highland family. A religious reformer, he founded the Reformed Presbyterian Church in Scotland and gained notoriety for his unflinching stance against the perceived corruption under King Charles II. Richard's refusal to accept the official oath of allegiance led to his excommunication from the state church. His resistance culminated in armed confrontation, and he was killed in 1680 at Errid's Moss. His death at the hands of government troops elevated him to the status of a martyr. Centuries later, Sir David Young Cameron added an artistic layer to the family legacy. Born in 1865 in Glasgow, he initially trained as an accountant before turning to the fine arts. His work as an etcher and painter earned him acclaim for its sharp, structured style, often showing austere architectural forms in Scottish landscapes. By the early 20th century, he had achieved international recognition, receiving numerous commissions, including portraits and war memorial pieces. Jessica Cameron, born in 1960 in Australia, made her mark in the field of biochemistry. Beyond the laboratory, she was an outspoken advocate for nuclear disarmament. Her activism played a major role in Australia's decision to adopt a neutral stance in global military affairs, positioning her as both a scientist and public figure of international influence. Timothy Cameron, born in 2204 on Beta Colony, pursued a career in planetary engineering. He was convicted of murder after discovering his wife had borne a child fathered by another man. Despite his incarceration, Timothy continued to contribute to the colony's scientific development. His engineering proposals for planetary resource management were later adopted in modified form, showing a level of ingenuity that kept him engaged with academic and technical communities, even from within prison walls. These people and others created a legacy that coming generations of the family were supposed to uphold and, whenever possible, to surpass, a quest they would fulfill with ease. Michael Cameron's greatest strength was also his most divisive trait. His passion bordered on obsession, and stories circulated of a young officer spending days without rest, consumed by his work. Some whispered of mental instability, while others only saw brilliance and integrity. When the counselors interviewed him personally, they came away impressed. Whatever doubts they had were counterbalanced by his directness, humility, and supreme clarity of thought. The counselors, however, remained divided. On the eve of the appointment, unable to reach consensus, they resolved to leave a choice to the people. The names of Graham Nellis and Michael Cameron were submitted to the public for consideration in accordance with James McKenna's reforms. Reforms that strictly limited campaign advertising and emphasized political debates over pageantry. In the public forums, Nellis exuded charm and confidence, leaning heavily on his political credentials. Cameron, in contrast, spoke plainly and precisely. His unassuming demeanor and intellectual rigor won over an electorate wary of showmanship. In a sweeping victory, the people choose Michael Cameron. 3 recounts confirmed the result. On January 17th, 2340, Michael Cameron was sworn in as the second Director General and Lord Protector of the Terran Hegemony. In office, Cameron set about his duties with intense focus. Uncomfortable in the spotlight, he nevertheless brought tireless energy to the task of governing. His first major reform was the establishment of the Hegemony Research Alliance Department, HRAD, centralizing all non-military research and laying the foundation for an age of unparalleled scientific advancement. Within a few years, the number of active government-sponsored research projects had doubled. Cameron's reformist zeal extended to the structure of government itself. He raised expectations within the bureaucracy, inspiring his ministers and staff to strive for intellectual excellence. Economic reforms followed. He cracked down on corruption and reinforced regulatory bodies. But he also had a manipulative and ruthless streak. Under the guise of promoting alternative economic systems, he abandoned the capitalist principles of hegemony on selected worlds. By allowing socialist structures, he transformed these planets into glorified labor camps, where natural resources could be exploited, while only paying a fraction of the cost free workers would have demanded. Yet, perhaps his most controversial act was the reintroduction of a formal nobility system. On January 1st, 2351, in a speech before the Terran Congress, Michael Cameron announced his creation, the peerage of the hegemony. This modern noble class, with ranks drawn from ancient English tradition, Duke, Marquess, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Knight, was not intended to be hereditary. Titles were conferred for merit alone and died with the holder. Cameron made clear his intentions. Nobility was a reward for action, not lineage. He wanted to honor those who exceeded expectations. Artists, scientists, pioneers, not simply military heroes or political allies. When the first peer list was published, the public was astonished. Of the 31 individuals named, most had no ties to the government or military, and none bore the Cameron name. His merit-based system seemed to hold, at least for now. Michael Cameron's retirement in 2367 marked the end of a long period of institutional development and relative stability in the Terran hegemony. His tenure had produced both structural reforms and economic growth. By the time of his departure, the political and economic framework of a hegemony were firmly established, leaving his successor with the task of administration and maintenance rather than foundational transformation. Lady Margaret Cameron, his eldest daughter, was the logical candidate to assume the office of Director General. At 42, she had 10 years of service in the Hegemony Armed Forces Navy and a decade of experience with the civilian branches of government. Her candidacy faced little opposition, and the High Council's deliberation lasted no more than an hour. A month later, she was formally appointed as the third Director General and Lord Protector of the Terran hegemony. Margaret Cameron represented a continuation of a Cameron political tradition, but approached governance with a distinct public profile. More engaged with the public than her father, she had been accustomed to visibility from a young age and appeared comfortable within the mechanisms of state representation. Her marriage to industrialist Alexander Ellis and her role as a mother of 3 children were widely publicized, adding to her familiarity among the population. In contrast to her father's preference for technocratic initiatives, Margaret's early administration pursued policy with broader socio-political implications. Within her first year in office, she introduced the Military Recruitment and Preparedness Bill, a measure that mandated annual military service for all adult citizens up to the age of 55. On border worlds, civilians would also be issued firearms for home defense. The policy aimed to increase the hegemony's reserve military capacity while reassigning regular troops to specialized units. The legislation itself was contentious. Military leadership objected to what they viewed as the dilution of training standards, while the business sector cited productivity loss and infrastructure cost. The general population reacted with uncertainty, while the inclusion of provisions for conscious objection and compensation for service helped to mitigate opposition. after signaling her willingness to bypass Congress and appeal directly to the public, Margaret secured passage of a bill. The outcome reinforced executive authority while indicating the limits of institutional resistance within the hegemony's political structure. Altogether, Margaret Cameron's administration coincided with several key developments in military and scientific research. The introduction of the Aegis-class cruiser represented a shift towards smaller, high-output warships, while experiments with drop pellets, automated orbital insertion systems for armored vehicles, began, despite technical setbacks in early trials. In parallel with military developments, the civilian sector saw further industrial and technological expansion. Commercial work mechs entered production, and improvements in mineral refinement technology lowered production costs in multiple sectors. These developments supported economic growth, but raised questions about the dissemination of technological innovations beyond hegemony borders. Initially inclined towards openness, Margaret ultimately conceded to mounting pressure from the military and HRED. In 2380, she implemented the so-called Mother Doctrine, which restricted the export of sensitive technology. The doctrine formalized a list of classified innovations and codified a broader policy of strategic containment regarding technology. Margaret also maintained her father's interest in administrative refinement and civic recognition. Her most visible cultural initiative was the continued implementation of a peerage system, established under Michael Cameron. Though controversial, the system had gained some degree of acceptance as a tool of persuasion. By the time Lady Margaret Cameron formally retired from office in 2382, the hegemony was entering a phase of political maturity. It had been nearly half a century since the hegemony's founding under James McKenna, and while peace and prosperity endured, tensions beneath the surface had begun to accumulate. That Raymond Cameron, son of Margaret and grandson of Michael, would succeed as the fourth Director General was no surprise. The question was whether he was capable of bearing the weight of the office. At 34, Lord Raymond was already marked by physical fragility. A near-fatal jet fighter accident in his youth had left him with chronic injuries and a heavily scarred face. The incident, though rarely discussed in official channels, left visible and lasting consequences. His health remained precarious, and his inability to father children added a layer of dynastic concern. Nevertheless, with no other viable heirs within the Cameron line, and a High Council eager to maintain dynastic continuity, Raymond's candidacy was approved and overwhelmingly affirmed by public election. Raymond Cameron was not without ability. Though less charismatic than his predecessors, he possessed a rigorous attention to detail and an uncompromising commitment to national sovereignty, especially in matters of technological containment. Where his mother had cautiously supported the dissemination of hegemony knowledge to its allies, Raymond moved swiftly in the opposite direction. He expanded the Mother Doctrine with an almost religious fervor, tightening restriction on sensitive technologies and erecting new legal barriers to external trade. His critics accused him of paranoia, his supporters of prudence. However, many of his decisions, like the one to enforce conscription on the rebellious planet of Briand, with threats of armed intervention, earned him few allies. In his own rigid defensive way, Raymond attempted to safeguard the internal coherence of a realm he saw as increasingly imperiled by entropy and external envy. His marriage to Catherine McChristian, a member of a powerful industrial political dynasty from Skye, had initially raised hopes of closer economic ties with the Lion Commonwealth. Those hopes dissolved quickly. Catherine found herself sidelined, both politically and personally, by her husband's almost obsessive attention to bureaucratic control. What began as emotional distance reportedly gave way to total estrangement, culminating in a clandestine affair between Catherine and Raymond's younger brother, Lord Brian Cameron. This development, while scandalous in any circumstance, turned catastrophic when Catherine became pregnant in 2387. The public revelation shattered the illusion of domestic unity in the Cameron household. Raymond's response was swift and unsparing. He ordered Brian's arrest and publicly accused his brother of treason. The hegemony braced itself for what threatened to become a dynastic rupture. In private, the High Council attempted to defuse the situation. While they could not persuade Raymond to relent, they recognized the damage that a public trial and possible execution of a Cameron could inflict upon the state. Before the matter could be resolved, fate intervened. On the morning of the trial, Raymond Cameron was found dead in the cloakroom of the Halls of Justice. It was almost a joke of fate that the successor to Raymond Cameron was the very man who had cheated on him, his brother Brian. Officially, Director General Raymond Cameron died of a heart attack, but rumors said he was killed, splitting the people. Some wanted Brian Cameron to become the new leader. Others said he was a cheat and adulterer and therefore unfit to rule. A debate that became even more heated when Catherine McChristian had Brian's son. It was the High Council who stepped in to fix the chaos. They made Mitchell Ducurl the temporary Director General, giving them the opportunity to try Brian Cameron for his crimes. After the trial, which ended in an acquittal, they handed all available evidence to the people, enabling everyone to review the information for themselves. In 2388, the Council picked Brian as the new Director General, although he won only by a minuscule margin. During his 15 years in power, Brian did two big things. First, he boosted military spending. From 2391 onwards, enormous sums were poured into the military. Especially the fortifications of the border towards the Draconis Combine was massively enhanced. Huge military complexes on all worlds bordering the Combine were created to make an occupation as expensive as possible. Soon they were nicknamed Castles Brian and became a staple of the Terran hegemony, all the way to the fall of the Star League. Second, Brian made the succession bill of 2392. This bill led the High Council to pick a new leader if the old one did not choose one. But to make sure that the title stayed in his family for at least the next generation, Brian married Catherine in 2399 and made Richard his legal son. Well, cadets, the topic for today's discussion is defensive fortifications, namely the hegemony's Castle Brian. First, who can tell me how many they are? Cadet Jackson? As of last year, there were more than 120 Castles Brian. The 6 on the worlds of Lamprecht represent the most on any single planet. Very good, Cadet Jackson. No. Who can tell me the average firepower in unit strength of a Castle Brian? Cadet They? Each Castle Brian has a minimum of 20 heavily armed turrets, carrying an assortment of weapons and missiles. In addition to the 20 heavy turrets, there are at least 50 smaller turrets and 100 smaller anti-personnel bunkers. Each castle has an average of 10 levels and enough garage space to house a full tank regiment, which could exit from any one of the last 5 separate hidden exits. In addition to these active fortification is a passive strength of a fortress itself, which is usually built deep inside a mountain and is virtually impregnable to anything but a full-scale nuclear blast. Excellent. Now for the big question. What is the purpose of a Castle Brian? Cadet Green? To prevent the invasion and takeover of a hegemony planet? Absolutely incorrect. It has always been a failing of strategies to believe that the fortress protects and prevents the surrounding land from being taken over by an enemy. A fortress could only do that if it was built completely around the countryside it was to protect. Just look at what massive Maginot Line caused the French. They thought that building a huge network of fortresses would keep the Germans out. Trouble was, they were so confident of their line that they didn't even bother to see it finished to the Atlantic coast. Then the Germans wanted to invade France. All they had to do was run around the northern end of the Maginot Line into France. The French were so sure of their fortifications that they hadn't even bothered to design Maginot Line turrets to swivel around and fire into France. No, castle spines aren't meant to protect anything but themselves. Cadet Gilliam? A castle brain is meant to be a permanent hindrance against an enemy taking a planet. Can you expand that thought? The castle brain, with a stockpile of weapons, food, and men, represents a permanent threat to any enemy attempting to seize control of a planet. Because more than one castle brain is on most border worlds, they represent a major hidden force that can attack the enemy almost at will. If an enemy really wanted to take a hegemony world protected by castle brain, it would have to do so with a huge force of men and equipment, and would have to remain on the planet for a very long time. It is a price most enemies are not willing to pay. Excellent, Cadet Gilliam. It's good to see that someone studied the material. Mars Military Academy, 2423. The death of Lord Brian Cameron in 2403 was unexpected and strangely poetic. The result not of political intrigue or battlefield peril, but a fatal encounter with an enraged bull on the agri-world of Elbar. Even in his final moments, Brian maintained composure and a sense of responsibility. He ordered a financial compensation for the farmer who had just lost his prized animal. The mounted head of a bull, a macabre tribute delivered to the Cameron family, would remain in Cameron Castle. Given Richard's young age, only Lady Judith Cameron remained eligible for succession. The sister of Brian and Raymond wasted no time in asserting her claim. Her prompt self-nomination struck many on the council as unseemly, made too swift after her brother's demise. Compounding their discomfort was her reputation. Judith had served a brief and undistinguished term in the Hegemony armed forces, marked by disciplinary infractions and an abhorrent disdain for hierarchy. Despite their reservations, the High Council faced a stark reality. No alternative candidate could be identified. After 2 months of fruitless searching, the Council submitted Lady Judith's name for public approval. The electorate confirmed the nomination, and in 2404, Lady Judith Cameron was sworn in as the 6th Director General of the Terran Hegemony. Initial expectations were low, yet from the outset Judith surprised many of her detractors. She immediately affirmed and expanded her late brother's defense policies, including the continued construction of Castle Blind, across newly designated threat zones. Previously concentrated along the Draconis border, these installations would now be replicated along the frontiers of the Three Worlds League and the Capellan Confederation. This shift in policy was not without justification. The Age of War had begun in earnest in 2398, with the outbreak of hostilities between House Merrick and House Liao over the Andurian system. The hegemony, geographically positioned at the heart of the innersphere, found itself increasingly encircled by escalating conflicts. Though nominally neutral, it was evident that any significant weakening of hegemony readiness would invite opportunistic aggression from multiple fronts. Lady Judith understood the fragility of peace and was willing to adopt a defensive posture of calculated deterrence. She judged that the Combine, the League, and the Confederation all posed latent threats to the hegemony rule. With limited manpower, but superior technology, her military policy emphasized fortified strongholds, rapid mobilization, and strategic flexibility. The castles Brine were not designated to repel invasions in the conventional sense. They were built to deny territory even in defeat, turning occupation into a costly endeavor for any aggressor. Relations with the Allied Commonwealth remained strong, thanks in part to existing economic ties and the lingering goodwill from Lord Brian's marriage to Catherine McQuestion. Judith viewed the Commonwealth as a stable partner and saw little need for heavy fortifications along their shared border. Likewise, the Federated Sons were embroiled in internal turmoil under the erratic rule of a Davian triad: Etienne, Edward, and Edmund. Those combined incompetence was steadily alienating the population. Judith anticipated no serious threat from the Federated Sons and continued collaborative projects, like the development of border worlds and economic projects. Nonetheless, the military pressure on the hegemony was real. The Draconis Combine's full-scale invasion of the Commonwealth in 2407 created a volatile environment. Though requested to commit HAF divisions to the Lyrian counteroffensive, Judith declined to participate directly in foreign operations. Instead, she offered a pragmatic alternative. Hegemony forces would assume total control over jointly held worlds, such as Blue Diamond Alliance, thereby freeing Lyrian troops to engage the Combine more effectively. It was a policy that prioritized domestic security while still honoring Lyrian, Commonwealth, and Hegemony cooperation. That same year, HF units clashed directly with Combine forces on Lyons. The 3rd Assault Armor Division, supported by orbital fire from HF warships, inflicted a costly defeat on the Kurita invaders. Though successful, the victory came at high cost. Judith's refusal to exploit the victory with a counteroffensive was consistent with a defensive operation and avoided drawing the hegemony deeper into the war. In the south, the Capellan Confederation tested the hegemony's resolve by invading Terra Firma in 2409. The ensuing battle, led by the Black Charger Tank Division, was another bloody affair. Despite being outnumbered and facing naval bombardment, hegemony forces delayed the Capellan advance long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The plan was eventually taken, but the campaign deepened hostilities between the two states. Chancellor Alicia Liao's diplomatic overtures failed to reverse the damage. In the eyes of many, Lady Judith's tenure marked the beginning of the hegemony's gradual militarization. Her commitment to fortifications, cautious deployment of forces, and emphasis on sovereignty reflected a realist philosophy adapted to the innersphere's deteriorating political climate. Judith Cameron did not seek greatness, but neither did she misjudge the world in which she ruled. She inherited a realm poised between confidence and vulnerability, and did what she deemed necessary to ensure its survival. Civilian deaths estimated at about 100,000. Civilian casualties estimated about 3 times that. The number of dead is only a rough estimate, because the threat of disease from decomposing bodies forces us to bury the dead as quickly as humanly possible. Transmission from a member of the Interstellar Relief Force concerning genocide in the Tinterfell system in November 2412. The horrors of the Age of War reached a grisly apex in 2412 with a massacre on Tinterfell, a conflict that began like any other but devolved into unrestrained atrocity. Among the first to respond was Chancellor Alicia Liao of the Capellan Confederation. Historically regarded as another product of dynastic ambition and interstellar realpolitik, Alicia's reaction to the Tinterfell massacre marked a rare moment of moral reflection in a time defined by annihilation. Shocked into action by the sheer waste of life and resources, and aware of her vulnerabilities within her own fragile industrial base, the Chancellor began drafting a framework for limited, contained warfare. The result was a document detailing the terms for what she called Civilized Warfare. The proposals were pragmatic, rather than idealistic. Military engagements would take place in uninhabited regions. Urban centers, civilian industries, and planetary infrastructure would be spared. The idea was to limit destruction, reduce costs, and preserve the basic structures necessary for rebuilding. While idealistic in tone, the underlying goal was economic sustainability. Total war was, quite simply, unaffordable. Few expected a favorable response. Alicia, perhaps aware of the limitations of her influence, sent copies of her work to all major powers in the inner sphere with tempered expectations. What followed surprised everyone. Near universal agreement in principle. Only the Federated Sons, then under the erratic twin rule of Edmund and Edward Davian, rejected the idea outright. Emboldened by this unexpected consensus, Alicia proposed a diplomatic summit to formalize her proposals. The chosen venue was the city of New Olympia on the Capellan world of Ares. However, enthusiasm was not translated into commitment. None of the other leaders was willing to risk venturing into Capellan space without guarantees of safety. It was at this juncture that Alicia appealed to Director General Judith Cameron. With her reputation for pragmatism and the hegemony's enduring state as the cradle of human civilization, Judith was the only figure with sufficient neutrality and prestige to serve as a host and protector. While public sentiment within the hegemony remained cool, many still remembered the Capellan invasion of terra firma, Judith saw clear strategic benefits in supporting Alicia's initiative. She agreed to provide security and transportation for the summit's delegates. 10 white-painted hegemony flotillas were dispatched to ferry the leaders and their entourages, each escorted by HAF Marines in ceremonial dress. The spectacle was carefully orchestrated, blending symbolism and deterrence. If peace was to be discussed, it would be under the watchful gaze of the hegemony's guns. Once convened, the summit devolved into a contest of egos and ideologies. Alicia Liao, Judith Cameron, and Catherine Steiner of the Lion Commonwealth emerged as the leading advocates for the reform. On the other side, Coordinator Robert Corrita and Captain General Peter Merrick offered stiff opposition. Both feared that regulated warfare would erode their state's martial traditions and strategic flexibility. Simon Davian of the Federated Sons remained undecided, his position shifting with each session. Unexpectedly, the periphery powers joined the opposition. They denounced the proposed conventions as another mechanism for innersphere domination. Though not essential to the agreement's passage, their absence threatened to undermine its legitimacy. Without a unified acceptance, Alicia's work would risk being dismissed as idealism rather than doctrine. In the end, it was the persuasive patience of Alicia Liao and the strategic silence of Judith Cameron that tipped the balance. Simon Davian, previously leaning against the Accords, declared his support. Realizing the danger of isolation, both Corrita and Merrick followed suit. On June 13, 2412, the leaders of the signing powers stood at the balcony of a great hall in Olympia. Before a cheering crowd, the Irish conventions were signed, the principles enshrined in law. While hailed as a diplomatic triumph, the conventions changed little in practice. States now had a legal structure within which to conduct wars, but few showed restraint. Warfare continued. Instead of cities, armies annihilated each other in deserts and tundras. The same resources were lost, only with marginally less civilian bloodshed. Still, for a brief moment, it seemed as though the innersphere had chosen civilization over barbarism. When Judith Cameron stepped down in 2419, she left behind a hegemony that was military hardened, diplomatically poised, and with a capable administration. Her successor, Richard Cameron, ascended with little opposition. Richard, the son of Brian Cameron and Catherine McCriston, had long since been legitimized through both marriage and law. At the time of his nomination, he was commander of the Beatrice, a Lola-class destroyer. His naval service record was commendable, but unremarkable. There was no hint of a decisive and autocratic ruler he would become. It was a Carthago affair that defined the opening of his rule. In a dispute over joint ownership world with the Federated Sons, local unrest turned violent. The hegemony used the chaos to assert full control over Carthago, citing violations of Davian-aligned elements. The Sons, outraged, attempted a counterattack. The HF swiftly repelled them. What followed was a cold but escalating series of retaliatory acts, culminating in Richard Cameron's boldest move, the seizure of Cantaris in 2431. Cantaris was not just a strategic asset, it was a message. Richard's decision to attack was made against the advice of his counselors. Still, he ordered the invasion, confident that adherence to the Aris conventions would reduce the risk of retaliation. The campaign lasted 6 months, with maneuvers dominating over massed firepower. Casualties were lower than in pre-Aris conflicts, but the political impact was immense. Victory on Cantaris cemented Richard's authority at home and sent a clear signal to his rivals. Flush with popularity, Richard turned inwards. In 2432, he passed a law granting the Director General the right to name a successor without consulting the High Council. This single act irreversibly shifted the Terran hegemony from a somewhat democratic state to a full hereditary autocracy in all but name. The McKenna ideal of guided participatory leadership was quietly interred beneath legal formalism. Opposition existed, but remained muted. The nobility created by Michael Cameron had by now entrenched itself in the hegemony's power structure. Many welcomed the shift towards dynastic succession, which brought stability and predictability to a realm beset by external threats. Thus began a new phase in the evolution of House Cameron. The rule of law remained intact, the apparatus of state functioned smoothly, but the dream of shared governance faded. And with each new conflict, the hegemony's destiny came to rest more squarely on the shoulders of one name: Cameron. Following the sudden death of his father, Richard Cameron, Jacob Cameron assumed the role of Director General. Jacob had served as a Navy captain aboard the Crowned Lion, a Vincent-class corvette, but military command had done little to temper the arrogant confidence instilled in him by a pampered childhood and an aristocratic mother. Educated with a belief that leadership was his birthright, Jacob proved to be a domineering and distant ruler, prone to scolding the public for moral and civic failings. His reign began with grand ambition and poor judgment. In 2435, he launched a twin-pronged offensive against the Federated Sons and the Capellan Confederation. While the campaign secured some symbolic victories, including one achieved by Major Theodore Cameron on Tybalt, the cost in hegemony lies far outweighed any strategic gain. The public, already growing weary of endless war, saw Jacob's aggression as self-serving and reckless. Civil unrest grew in tandem with Jacob's arrogance. While he surrounded himself with flatterers, several underground opposition groups emerged across the hegemony. In 2448, an unknown individual attempted to assassinate the Director General by poisoning his champagne. Jacob survived the attempt, and his government imposed a total media blackout while launching a manhunt spearheaded by a young counselor named Terrence Amaris. Whether out of fear or reflection, Jacob emerged from the incident more subdued. His later years were marked by a quieter, more measured tone. He invested in social welfare programs, most notably the Cameron Mercy Hospitals and shelters for the poor, which tempered public resentment, though it never erased the memory of his earlier pomposity. Jacob's most enduring legacy lay not in public service, but in military innovation. In 2439, the first successful prototype of a battle mech entered field testing. Recognizing its potential, Jacob diverted enormous state resources to ramp up production. The financial strain was considerable, with other military programs, including naval maintenance, left to languish. Yet the gamble paid off. The battle mech would soon come to define modern warfare. In 2443, 4 of the towering machines obliterated a Kurita tank company on Styx, proving beyond doubt that the balance of power had shifted. By the time of Jacob's death in 2461, the hegemony stood atop a new military paradigm. But this strength had come at a price. Inflation soared, consumer goods vanished from the shelves, and workers endured longer hours in under-resourced factories. The military might of the hegemony had been assured, its domestic stability much less so. The public, wary but still loyal to the Cameron name, elected Jacob's son, Theodore, as his successor. His victory was shallow, with over a quarter of the electorate casting votes against him. Yet many hoped his battlefield experience at Tybalt would translate into effective leadership. That hope was misplaced. Theodore Cameron governed as a man of half measures. On issues of defense and taxation, he was direct and authoritative. On matters of civil unrest and economic hardship, he was evasive. Where the father had been condescending, Theodore was indifferent. His real passion lay in ostentation. Reviving Baroque traditions of noble display, he hosted lavish balls, restored Versailles as his personal residence, and ordered the construction of more than 20 palaces on Terra and nearby hegemony worlds. The breaking point came in 2470, when he demolished a historic site in San Antonio to build a personal ranch retreat. Outrage turned into action. San Antonio erupted into protest, and the movement quickly spread across Terra. The first general strike in hegemony history brought the planet to a standstill in just 3 days, unified under the single refrain, "Remember the Alamo." Faced with a nationwide crisis, the High Council acted swiftly behind closed doors. Whether through persuasion or threat, they compelled Theodore to apologize and promise to rebuild the Alamo. Though order was restored within a week, the event marked a turning point. Theodore became more cautious, but the damage to his reputation endured. But not all of his reign was mired in decadence. In 2477, he led a decisive naval strike against the Free Worlds League at Oriente. Fearing a possible invasion, the paranoid Captain General Carlos Marek had begun expanding his fleet. Theodore struck preemptively, obliterating over 20 League warships at the cost of only 2 of its own. The resulting political shockwave led to a bloodless coup within the League, replacing Carlos with his more stable brother, Brian Marek. A peace treaty followed in 2478. But Theodore's pace never slowed. In 2479, after 3 days of celebrating during the monsoon season on Thorin, he contracted pneumonia and died. The 10th Director General, as Elizabeth Cameron, assumed office with minimal support and even less enthusiasm. She inherited a hegemony tired of indulgence and overreach. Though she matched her father's love of finery, she lacked his flair for drama or confrontation. Elizabeth showed little interest in affairs of state. The High Council, now fully aware of a need for steady administration, assumed many of the day-to-day responsibilities. With competent bureaucrats and a highly professional military command structure in place, the hegemony coasted through her reign on institutional momentum alone. Still, her era was not without achievement. The HF, largely inactive in major conflicts, continued refining its technological edge. Advances in computer systems, lighter battlemech frames, and the development of aerospace fighters laid the groundwork for future dominance. Yet none of these developments came from Elizabeth herself. Her role was more ornamental than executive. In 2501, Elizabeth died because of New Earth pox. Her death marked more than the end of her life. With her passing, the age of war would start to turn into something far grander. A new era started to dawn. It's not peace through strength, but strength through peace that will be our motto. Director General Deborah Cameron to assemble nobles and political leaders, April 2509. Lady Deborah's ascension to the directorship came not with the jubilant unity of earlier eras, but amidst growing public discontent. Her election was nearly lost, with 46% of the population voting against her, a staggering figure in a political system still heavily favoring continuity. Disillusionment with her immediate predecessors, Elizabeth and Theodore Cameron, had reached dangerous levels. Though illegal, anti-Cameron political movements had sprung up across the hegemony. Lady Deborah did nothing to suppress them, a decision some saw as tolerant, others as dangerously passive. Yet in her first years in office, she quickly sought to differentiate herself from the indulgent wastefulness of her forebears. She cut expenditures, improved bureaucratic efficiency, and presented herself as an academic stateswoman rather than a courtly monarch. A respected scholar of interstellar politics, her policy platform was coined aggressive peacemaking. It was a deliberate repositioning of the hegemony's role from bulwark of strength to broker of stability. At its core, this doctrine was a strategy of preemptive diplomacy, intervening in regional disputes before war could erupt, often offering mediation, intelligence, and logistical support to feuding states. The hegemony's diplomatic corps and intelligence bureau were dramatically expanded. What had once been a security service guarding technological secrets became an intelligence-gathering leviathan, charting the political, economic, and social landscape of every major innersphere power. The goal was to know everything. To prevent war, not by threat, but by leverage. The policy saw its share of success. The Commonwealth Combined ceasefire of Arrakis and the Pact Peace Accords were settled with hegemony assistance. These victories strengthened the hegemony's power and positioned Terra as a stabilizing center in the increasingly chaotic galaxy. Yet not all disputes yielded to political negotiations. In many cases, ceasefires served merely to delay new rounds of conflict. The Ares Conventions, still in effect, encouraged such stalemates. Wars fought not to victory, but to inertia. Though welcomed by much of the civilian population, especially those on the volatile border worlds, their strategy produced deep and lasting resentment within the military. Officers in the HF, already sidelined since the end of the major conflicts in the early century, now found their budgets slashed, their influence diminished, and their relevance questioned. While Lady Deborah portrayed the military as the realm's shield, her policies made it increasingly ceremonial. This quiet humiliation of the armed forces would not be forgotten. By the time she retired in 2542, Deborah Cameron had presided over a realm that was outwardly prosperous, diplomatically powerful, and largely at peace. But in her zeal to reforge her hegemony as a bastion of diplomacy, she had created dangerous imbalances in its political structure. The military's discontent was no longer an isolated undercurrent, it had become a movement in waiting. When Deborah stepped down, after 4 decades in office, her son Joseph Cameron became the 12th Director General. Though competent, he was not a man of brilliance. A decorated Marine, though his injuries had forced him into a diplomatic role, Joseph had proven himself a capable negotiator. But his leadership style lacked depth, and his view of the hegemony's place in the galaxy was just the mirror image of his mother's, with none of her nuance. Like his mother, Joseph favored diplomacy at the expense of defense, but unlike Deborah, he did so with a tone that many in the military found deeply condescending. He publicly glorified diplomats over soldiers, praising the virtues of peaceful service while quietly allowing funding for military programs to decline. This rhetoric alienated huge parts of the HF. Disillusioned officers formed clandestine discussion groups, cabals whose purpose was not yet sedition, but certainly skepticism. The Hegemony Central Intelligence Bureau, overburdened with its global surveillance operations and stretched thin, failed to recognize a growing threat. Whether by distraction or internal sympathies, it did not detect the radicalization of Captain Henry Green, a Marine turned bureaucrat who had once served under Joseph. Green, impatient with the cabals in action, acted alone. On the night of September 19th, 2549, he climbed a tree outside the Director General's palace and waited. After nearly 28 hours, he shot Joseph Cameron as he stepped out of a limousine. A shot pierced the Director's chest. The only thing between him and survival had been a protective overcoat, which he had chosen with tragic timing to remove. Joseph lingered for 6 days before dying. When Ian Cameron stepped forward on September 28, 2549, to declare himself the 13th Director General of the Terran Hegemony, he did so not with ceremony, but with deliberate force. The public confirmation vote, the tradition demanded, was swept aside in the wake of chaos and assassination. Though some decried this as the moment the hegemony finally abandoned the last vestiges of democratic pretense, few were in a position or mood to challenge him. Ian Cameron, brother of the slain Joseph, would not ask for authority. He would take it. The timing was brutal. Within hours of his declaration, a faction of disaffected soldiers in the HF, members of the so-called cabals that had quietly seethed under Joseph's reign, struck. They seized key governmental centers in Geneva, including the Parliament building and the Palace of the Director General. Known as the September Revolt, the action was as bold as it was doomed. From his residence in Mexico City, Ian Cameron responded with a swift, ruthless precision. He immediately ordered his household guard to encircle the capital and to enforce a blockade of food, water, and power. Then he ordered a loyalty oath from all the military personnel across the hegemony, making it clear that allegiance to the Cameron line was now non-negotiable. There would be no ambiguity, no tolerance, no room for delay. Those who hesitated were removed. While his troops tightened the noose around Geneva, Cameron ensured that the rebels' demands were made public, not to court sympathy, but to drain them of mystique. Better the public knew them as malcontents than martyrs. After 10 days, starvation and paranoia splintered the rebel coalition. A final confrontation erupted as loyalist mechs and soldiers stormed the occupied zones, resulting in a pitched battle in the streets. Despite efforts to preserve the urban landscape, the fighting turned the capital's heart into a charred ruin. The rebels, exhausted and surrounded, surrendered by nightfall. Cameron's reprisal was equally calculated. Of the 3,000 rebels captured, 1/3 were sentenced to death. The rest received life imprisonment, though many were paroled within a decade. It was a measured cruelty, enough to serve as a warning, yet tempered enough to not romanticize rebellion. The revolt, and Cameron's unforgiving response, left no doubt. A new order had begun, and it would not suffer dissent. But repression was not Ian Cameron's only tool. Even as he culled disloyal officers and reshaped the high command in his own image, he offered the military a renewal. Budgets were increased, research into next-generation military technologies resumed at full speed, and the aging HAF, long sidelined by the diplomacy-focused policies of Deborah and Joseph, was reborn with a renewed sense of purpose, so long as it knew its place. To ensure continued obedience, Cameron created a new organ within the Hegemony Central Intelligence Bureau, the Department of Military Investigations, DMI. Its role was simple and terrifying: surveillance, infiltration, and ideological enforcement. The DMI would become famous for its ability to root out subversion, both real and imagined, within the ranks. In the post-revolt hegemony, soldiers served with loyalty, not just out of duty, but also out of fear. At the same time, the economic outlook for the hegemony was beginning to fray. Centuries of relentless industrial exploitation had depleted many core worlds of essential resources. Ian recognized the danger. He did not believe that the Terran hegemony, the center of human civilization, should ever rely on imports from rival realms. To be dependent was to be vulnerable. This belief, grounded as much in nationalist convictions as it was in economic realism, gave rise to his broader vision, one that had grown in him since his youth: the complete political and economic integration of all human realms under single authority, with Terra at its head. This dream was not new. Others had spoken of it, but Ian Cameron was determined to realize it, and to do so by any means necessary. He began quietly, methodically. Having served as an ambassador at large for both his mother and his brother, Cameron had traveled the innersphere and met nearly all of its major leaders. He knew their weaknesses, their ambitions, their fears. His first goal was economic: to weave the realms together through joint development, trade compacts, and mutual dependency. Behind these agreements would be hegemony technicians, hegemony logistics, and hegemony terms. Diplomacy flourished under his command, but not in the idealistic tone of Deborah Cameron's reign. This was diplomacy with teeth, an extension of his intelligence services, his war machine, and his growing internal surveillance network. The Department of Foreign Relations expanded again. New research projects were funded to improve interstellar communication infrastructure, a critical step towards the seamless control Ian envisioned. Documents recovered centuries later would reveal the depth of his ambition. A 50-year plan, drafted by his own hand, outlined every step: the expansion of economic treaties, the cultural alignment of hegemony neighbors, the slow erosion of independent military power among the great houses, and finally the announcement of a formal unification. He would call it the Star League. But as history often reminds us, plans, no matter how carefully drawn, are vulnerable to opportunity. And fate would offer Ian Cameron a chance to accelerate his vision, one that would shift the balance of the inner sphere and bring his long campaign for unity to a dramatic turning point. The unification of all humanity into one realm is an obvious path. What I do not understand is why we broke up into petty realms in the first place. Lord Ian Cameron to his high advisors, quoted in The Statesman of the Stars by Duke Torrance Ferry, Belgrade Press, 2599. Throughout the 2550s, while acting as a global arbiter in interstellar disputes, Ian steadily expanded the hegemony's direct influence through joint ownership agreements. Dozens of contested planets, resource-rich and strategically valuable, were brought under shared administration. Officially neutral ground, but in truth operated under Terran oversight. Though the hegemony's cut of each planet's revenue was modest, the combined total began to form a lucrative foundation for economic revitalization. Ian had solved the hegemony's material shortages without firing a shot. By 2555, nearly 30 such planets dotted the borders of the inner sphere, like Terran stepping stones, each one a quiet foothold in a grander plan. But this steady pace should not continue past the Third Andorian War. The Andorian system, blood-soaked and battle-worn, served as a symbolic gateway to both the Age of War and the Star League. Though few maps marked it by the mid-26th century, its significance haunted every statesman and soldier in the inner sphere. The desolated planets, contested for generations, were less strategic than psychological, a crucible where ideologies clashed, ambitions burned, and leaders were either forged or broken. The Age of War began here in 2398, when the Three Worlds League and the Capellan Confederation erupted into open conflict over the region. Though the Three Worlds emerged victorious, the Capellan thirst for Andorian remained unquenched. Over the next 130 years, Andorian would trigger not one, but 3 full-scale wars. It was during the Second Andorian War, 2528 to 2531, that the idea of Terran arbitration first gained credibility, thanks to the efforts of Director General Deborah Cameron. Her successful brokering of peace at New Delos marked a diplomatic victory in an unrelenting era of bloodshed. Yet peace in Andorian was fleeting. By 2551, the embers of war flared once again. Chancellor Terence Liao, eager to assert his dominance after 2 decades of female rule in the Capellan Confederation, launched an aggressive campaign to reclaim the disputed worlds. It was a vain gesture, symbolic, nationalistic, and costly. His opponent, Captain General Albert Merrick, now in his 70s, dutifully returned to command. But the war dragged on longer and costlier than anticipated. 5 years of attritional conflict followed, devastating border worlds and bleeding economies on both sides dry. It was in the midst of his renewed bloodletting that Ian Cameron found his opening. Cameron had begun his long campaign for unification that same year. The recently crowned Director General had already solidified his control over the hegemony in the wake of the September Revolt. Now he turned outward. Albert Merrick, weary from decades of service and now tempered by experience, listened carefully. Here was a hegemony leader proposing something more than ceasefire and arbitration. Cameron spoke of an entirely new order, a Star League spanning every realm, binding them through mutual interest and shared destiny. Cameron also reached out to the Archon Craig Steiner of the Lion Commonwealth. They met in secret, and while the Archon offered no firm commitment, Cameron gained valuable insights into Steiner's fears and aspiration, knowledge he would use in years to come. Though diplomatic in tone, Cameron was meticulous and manipulative in practice. Every conversation was a move in a long game. Every treaty a brick in the edifice of empire. In 2556, the tide turned. Capellan forces in the enduring conflict had faltered. Terence Liao, politically exposed and military exhausted, was now amenable to terms. Ian Cameron offered the olive branch. He promised economic aid, access to advanced Terran technology, and favored nation trade agreements. These were incentives too tempting to ignore for a state whose industrial base lagged dangerously behind its rivals. Still, Terence hesitated. It was Albert Merrick who delivered the final blow, perhaps out of exhaustion, perhaps out of vision. He agreed to cede the Andorian system to the Capellan Confederation in a secret clause, the so-called Clasped Hands Agreement. It was a remarkable concession, given how many Merrick lives had been lost over those very worlds. But Merrick understood what Ian Cameron was going for. With his agreement, Cameron had achieved the most crucial diplomatic breakthrough. On March 3rd, 2556, the Third Enduring War ended. 3 months later, in the city of New Geneva on Terra, the Treaty of Geneva was signed by the 3 leaders in secret. It was a foundational document, dry language but revolutionary in scope. The signatories agreed to the formation of a new supranational entity, the Star League. The structure was suspiciously simple. Each realm would retain its internal sovereignty, its style of governance and cultural identity, but interstellar matters, war, diplomacy, currency, and trade, would be decided by a new High Council. Cameron would chair this council as First Lord, a hereditary position granted to him and his successors. This was not mere symbolism, it was institutional supremacy. The League's executive branch would reside in Terra, and its defense force, a vast pan-national military, would be based on the hegemony's own formidable HAF. To lure skeptical signatories, Cameron offered the keys to the kingdom. The hegemony technology, long superior to that of other realms, would be shared. Joint stock exchanges would allow other houses to invest in hegemony firms, enriching themselves while further binding their economies to Terra's. A single currency would later become another backbone of interstellar trade. In exchange, the other houses were to recognize the Cameron line as the sole First Lords of the Star League, contribute soldiers and territory to the Star League Defense Force, and pay membership dues in cash or raw materials. It was, by the standards of sovereignty, a steep price. Yet every leader who signed the agreements understood that this was the cost of survival in the new era. The age of war had hollowed out their economies and weakened their militaries. Unity under Terra's guidance promised stability, security, and a share in power. The Enduring Peace Treaty of 2556 is widely viewed as the end of the Age of War. It also represented a new direction, one where leaders who had long ruled by the gun were now willing to speak, negotiate, and cooperate. With the enduring conflict resolved, new vigor swept the nations. Manufacturing centers returned to civilian production, economies rebounded, and interstellar trade began to flow. For the first time in over a century, peace seemed possible. The treaty concluded with a lofty declaration: with the eventual unification of all humanity as our dearest wish. Behind those words stood Ian Cameron, a man who had already proven that peace was only meaningful when wielded with strength, and that unification, however noble in intent, could only be achieved by a forceful hand. Unsurprisingly, news of the sacred treaty leaked. Across the innersphere, anticipation surged. Traders, manufacturers, and common citizens welcomed the promise of prosperity. Hegemony weapons, products, and currencies became the envy of every realm. But among the house leaders, panic set in. A three-nation bloc, led by the technological superior Terran hegemony, could dominate any single opponent, or even all of them combined. Behind the scenes, Ian's secret ally, Albert Merrick, worked hard to weaken resistance and prepare the way for unification, while Ian wooed house leaders with trade, diplomacy, and appeals to shared peace. Merrick used more aggressive means: economic interference, political destabilization, and espionage. Their partnership, never public but profoundly consequential, proved instrumental in creating the conditions for peace, and in eliminating obstacles to it. Alongside Merrick's network of agents and saboteurs, pressure was applied to wavering realms. In the Lion Commonwealth, political instability and economic dependence forced the hand of Archon Tracial Steiner. She finally agreed to join in 2558, signing the Target Accords and securing access to hegemony military academies and technology. In exchange, Terra gained not just a new ally, but the second largest industrial base in the innersphere. That left only two holdouts: the Federated Suns and the Draconis Combine. Alexander Davian, still recovering from a devastating civil war, delayed entry until 2567, when House Cameron promised military support against potential Combine aggression. This strategic assurance, alongside the promise of economic revitalization, led to the signing of the new Avalon Accords. 2 years later, Hihiro Kurita joined under similar conditions. Though wary of surrendering the Kurita legacy of martial supremacy, he understood that the alternative was defeat and ruin. The Treaty of Vega sealed the Common's membership. By 2571, the Great Alignment was complete. Over the course of several conferences in Geneva, the leaders of the 6 major houses finalized the Star League Accords, a sweeping 2,000-page document detailing the structure and governance of a new interstellar alliance. The accords guaranteed internal autonomy to all members, but bound them together through shared trade, law, and military defense. On July 9, 2571, in a carefully choreographed ceremony, the 6 leaders stood together in the grand chamber of the Hegemony Congress. Each read aloud the preamble of the accords before signing the document and passing the ceremonial quill to the next. Hihiro Kurita signed first, followed by Alexander Davian, Viola Steiner Drinsen, Ursula Liao, and Albert Merrick. Ian Cameron signed last. The moment was mythic. According to legend, a single tear fell onto the page as Ian signed, forever staining the parchment with a drop of history. Whether or not this is true hardly matters. The effect was real. The Star League, an entity unifying the fractured people of the Innersphere under a single banner, had finally become into being. It was a triumph not of destiny, but of design. Ian Cameron had not merely dreamed of unity, he had forged it, piece by piece, with diplomacy, intimidation, espionage, and relentless ambition. The League was his creation, and for better or worse, It bore the stamp of his hand. The formation of the Star League marked a historic moment for the innersphere, but the ink on the Star League Accords was barely dry before the true challenge began: building a government capable of supporting the unification of humanity. Excitement was palpable across all member states. After nearly 2 centuries of uninterrupted war, people everywhere, noble and commoner alike, yearned for stability. The name Star League conjured images of peace, prosperity, and progress, but ideals alone could not govern a realm that now stretched across thousands of inhabited worlds. At the center of this nascent government stood the High Council, the executive body composed of the rulers of the 6 great realms of the innersphere. Though each councillor retained full sovereignty over their own state, in Star League matters they stood as equals. At least in theory. In practice, the appointment of Ian Cameron as First Lord placed him above the others, both symbolically and functionally. It was a role earned not just by the political power of the Terran hegemony, but by Ian's own singular effort in forging the League. The First Lord's official residence and seat of government would not be in ancient Geneva, nor in any existing capital. Instead, a new city was built from the ground up on the pristine shores of Puget Sound in the Pacific Northwest of Terra. Known formally as the Court of the Star League and informally as Unity City, it was more than an administrative center. It was a monument to Ian's vision, designed to awe. Construct using materials from all 6 realms, Unity City was an architectural synthesis of style and scale. Ornate courthouses set beside crystalline gardens, council chambers echoed with 12 languages. Even the parking garages were rumored to rival the Taj Mahal in splendor. At the same time, the internal structure of the Terran hegemony underwent significant transformation. The long-standing High Council of the Hegemony was rebranded as the First Lord's Advisors, a title that hinted at their new role. While they retained formal authority within the hegemony, their de facto function was to support the First Lord across all domains of interstellar governance. Not officially sanctioned to speak for the other realms, these advisors frequently offered guidance and oversight on broader League affairs, gradually assuming a kind of soft power that was both useful and unaccountable. Ian Cameron understood the impossibility of governing both the hegemony and the Star League directly. In 2572, he delegated the role of Director General of the Terran hegemony to his heir, or in case of absence, to the President of the Hegemony Congress. This precedent ensured that future Camerons would treat Star League leadership as their primary duty, with national affairs left to subordinates. The implication was very clear. The Camerons no longer ruled a realm, but a whole civilization. The administrative backbone of the new government took shape in 2573 with the formal creation of the Bureau of Star League Affairs, BSLA. This institution was not merely bureaucratic machinery. It was the very apparatus of Star League authority in itself. Its 6 primary departments reflected the far-reaching ambition of the League: social relations, economic relations, Star League revenue, education and information, the Attorney General, and administration. Power in this new order tilted decisively towards the First Lord. Ian Cameron appointed over 75% of BSLA officials personally, creating a massive network of bureaucrats who owned their careers and their loyalty directly and only to him. This centralization of power was, depending on one's perspective, either a masterstroke of leadership or a subtle subversion of Star League equality. Either way, the new order functioned. Unity City became the gravitational center of the innersphere. The BSLA established itself as a formidable institution. The High Council, while often fractious, maintain cohesion. And above all, Ian Cameron, the architect, the unifier, the First Lord, stood at the helm, steering humanity towards an uncertain but hopeful future. With the Star League taking shape, First Lord Ian Cameron turned to the most formidable challenge of all, creating a unified military force. It was not simply a matter of renaming armies or sewing new patches onto uniforms. This was the attempt to forge a coherent and loyal interstellar military out of 6 separate, often mutually antagonistic national armies. The task required not only vision, but discipline, diplomacy, and political finesse. To oversee this immense project, Ian Cameron appointed his wife, General Chandra North Cameron, as Chief of Staff and Commander-in-Chief of the Star League Defense Forces, SLDF. Her selection raised some eyebrows. Nepotism was a persistent concern, even in the League's early years, but few could dispute Chandra's military record. A seasoned officer of the Hegemony armed forces, she had commanded with distinction and was widely respected for her strategic intellect and organizational acumen. The solution Chandra Cameron devised was elegant in its ruthlessness. She divided the new SLDF into 6 military regions, each roughly mirroring the borders of the 6 major member states. This structure allowed for logistical autonomy while maintaining centralized oversight. The key innovation, however, lay in the careful composition of each region's troops. Local soldiers would be the minority within the home's region force. Instead, each military region was primarily staffed by personnel from other member states, with the Terran-exclusive royal units, veteran formations from the Hegemony, forming the organizational and doctrinal backbone. The reasoning was blunt. If a member state ever rebelled or challenged the League's authority, the troops stationed in its region would not be tempted by nationalism or family loyalty, nor would their regional opponents be allowed to dominate the local SLDF presence. The system created a deliberate intermixing of identities, making the SLDF a neutral force, loyal not to planets or parliaments, but to the League itself. The integration process, however, was neither smooth nor bloodless. Personality conflicts erupted almost immediately, especially among the officer corps. Centuries of cultural, martial, and political rivalry were not erased by new uniforms. Senior officers clashed in council chambers and planning rooms. Enlisted personnel often settled disputes in more direct fashion. Brawls were common in barracks and garrisons, though they were often followed by a strange camaraderie that violence sometimes fosters. Junior officers, however, proved a greater problem. Politeness veiled long-held grudges, and decisions were frequently second-guessed along national lines. Some commanders resisted standardization, clinging to their old methods, and dismissed the Terran-led reforms as imperial overreach. It soon became clear that the Star League would need more than organizational charts to unify its military. It would need a new generation of soldiers. To this end, First Lord Cameron and General North Cameron launched a vast recruitment and training program, establishing new academies across the innersphere. These institutions would train officers and enlisted troops from all member states, instilling a shared doctrine, discipline, and, above all, identity. The emphasis was clear: loyalty to the Star League first, whatever else second. Further reinforcing this ideal, Cameron won the right to recruit directly from the civilian population of any member state. Though intended as a gesture of inclusion and opportunity, this policy became a point of contention among the great houses. Critics accused the League of poaching their best citizens and turning them into instruments of central power, not that they could do much about it. The Periphery? It's like one big booby hatch. You don't lock up that crazy guy walking around your city screaming about God at the top of his lungs, or exposing himself to schoolgirls. You just give him a ticket to the Periphery. Duke Mitchell Fresno of Cav quoted in The Periphery Mistake, An Exercise in Misconceptions by Duchess Betella Ganis. Terran Press, 2811. In Ian Cameron's vision of a unified humanity, the Outer Realms, known collectively as the Periphery, were always included. The Taurian Concordat, the Magistry of Canopus, the Rim Worlds Republic, and the Outworlds Alliance formed the four principal states beyond the recognized borders of the innersphere. Though small in size and population, these states represented considerable political power and economic potential. However, from the outset, their inclusion in the Star League posed a significant challenge. Historically, the Periphery realms had been founded by settlers dissatisfied with life under Terra's influence or discontent with the developing power blocks in the inner sphere. Many of these immigrants viewed their independence as a fundamental principle, and their governments reflected this. As a result, any proposal to integrate them into a centralized interstellar authority, especially one led by the Terran Hegemony, was received with skepticism, if not outright hostility. While Ian Cameron promoted a vision of unification and cooperation, the innersphere's established powers often viewed the Periphery with disdain. Among innersphere elites, the Periphery was commonly associated with lawlessness, backwardness, or even instability. This attitude was rarely expressed in official diplomacy, but it was persistent in military assessments, trade negotiations, and civilian opinions. Nonetheless, trade between inner-sphere states and periphery governments was not uncommon. The Three Worlds League, the Capellan Confederation, and the Lion Commonwealth had long-standing commercial interests in various periphery markets. Yet these dealings were transactional and often exploitative, reinforcing mutual distrust rather than building political bridges. A specific source for animosity between the Terran Hegemony and the Periphery stemmed from a little-publicized incident in 2499. At the time, Lieutenant John Cameron, a member of the Cameron family, served as a junior officer aboard the Orion, a civilian survey vessel operating in an unclaimed region beyond the Lion border. The vessel's final transmission reported an attack by an unidentified warship. When Terran recovery forces later located the Orion, it had been stripped of all crew and equipment. Though no definitive evidence was recovered, intelligence analysts suspected the involvement of the warship from the Rim Worlds Republic. The disappearance of the Orion and the presumed death of Lieutenant Cameron had a lasting effect on the Hegemony's leadership. Though never acknowledged in official policy, the Cameron family maintained a personal grudge against the Periphery realms, mainly the Rim Worlds Republic. This event would shape Terran attitudes for decades and influence Star League policy as negotiations with the Periphery intensified. As the League began to consolidate power across the inner sphere, the status of the Periphery would become increasingly relevant and increasingly problematic. Their independence, long viewed as a remote inconvenience, was now a direct challenge to the Star League's claim of representing all of humanity. The formation of the Star League, an institution intended to end centuries of interstellar conflict, led almost immediately to the planning of its first major war. Within 3 years of its founding, the League began laying the groundwork for a military campaign aimed at forcibly integrating the major periphery states into its structure. Though publicly framed as an effort at unification, the campaign, later known as the Reunification War, was rightly recognized as a deliberate imperial expansion. Upon the League's formation in 2571, First Lord Ian Cameron extended formal invitations to the periphery states. Each rejected the offer. While the First Lord expressed regret publicly, internal records and correspondence made clear that the rejections were expected, if not welcomed. They provided the justification needed for what had already been quietly discussed within the High Council: military action. Beyond ideology, there were practical concerns. The consolidation of innersphere militaries under the Star League Defense Forces had created a large pool of trained personnel no longer in active service. These veterans, highly skilled and often without civilian prospects, became a growing concern. While some found employment as mercenaries or private security, others drifted into piracy or political radicalism. Their presence was destabilizing, and the issue soon dominated discussions in the High Council. If a league could not employ these individuals, it risked losing control over them entirely. The first major public attempt to address this issue came in the form of a United Triumph military exercise, staged in late 2572. The plan was a multi-pronged one. Large-scale maneuvers would both integrate SLDF and house units and would provide employment for idle soldiers, many of whom were organized into temporary ersatz regiments tasked with guarding minor worlds. The exercises involved 13 SLDF divisions and 10 house divisions, operating across more than 50 light-inhabited or uninhabited planets, many of them located near the periphery border. The results were mixed. From a tactical standpoint, the exercises highlighted serious coordination problems within the newly formed SLDF. Though the League troops were equipped with superior technology and logistical support, their lack of cohesion resulted in several defeats by house forces. The most notable embarrassment was the accidental collision of two large League warships, the SLS Akeover and the SLS Davian's Heart, in orbit over the Free Worlds League planet Peril. Politically, the exercises did little to enhance the League's prestige. Instead, they emboldened periphery governments who viewed the SLDF's missteps as confirmation that resistance was viable. Satirical media from the Outwards Alliance and Canopus depicted Ian Cameron as an ineffectual bureaucrat presiding over a clumsy military machine. Despite these setbacks, the exercises yielded one significant outcome: the Border Guards Agreement of 2572. This treaty, quietly ratified by all League member states, permitted the SLDF to establish bases throughout the innersphere, mainly in strategic locations near the periphery. These installations would later become critical during the Reunification War, both as staging grounds and logistical hubs. In retrospect, the United Triumph exercise were a prelude to open conflict. While framed as military integration and preparedness drills, they were, in effect, the first movement of a much broader campaign. With the periphery resistant, the innersphere unified, and a vast army needing a mission, the League had already begun preparing for war. In 2572, First Lord Ian Cameron received intelligence indicating that the Outworlds Alliance had acquired a full regiment of battle mechs. The origin of these mechs remained unclear, but Ian believed the Alliance intended to reverse engineer them for mass production. In response, he issued Directive 21, which mandated the deployment of Star League Defense Forces and Draconis Combine units to several key Alliance worlds, under the pretense of mutual defense. While SLDF units operated under orders to locate the mechs discreetly, Combine forces were given broader latitude. The 17th Galadan Regulars were assigned to Santiago City, a communication hub in the Outwards Alliance. Their conduct during the operation proved highly provocative. Buildings were damaged, commerce disrupted, and hostility inflamed among the local population. On December 14, 2572, a confrontation in Santiago's poorer districts escalated into a violent tragedy. A Combine Mechwarrior, responding to taunts from children, threw a coolant can from her mech. The container exploded near a child, spraying it with highly acidic fluid. The panic was a result, and the situation worsened. She discharged her weapon in panic, resulting in 27 civilian deaths and over 30 injuries. Public reaction throughout the periphery was swift and severe. The event, later termed the Santiago Massacre, triggered anti-Star League demonstrations in every major periphery state. When the Combine warrior was court-martialed on Terra rather than in Santiago, perceptions of injustice deepened. Several diplomatic talks collapsed, and Protector Mitchell Calderon of the Terran Concordat initiated full-scale military readiness. The League's response was not conciliatory. In 2574, the Council Lords approved a series of harsh trade restrictions targeting the periphery. These embargoes and tariffs provoked economic hardship, but failed to dampen resistance. On the contrary, popular support for independence grew stronger. War became increasingly likely. Simultaneously, tensions flared in the Margaret system. Located in unclaimed space between the Federated Suns and the Terran Concordat, Margret's boon Fontana was home to lucrative titanium mines jointly managed under the Omsol Accord of 2511. A key provision of the treaty forbade any military presence from either party. In February 2573, 5 Taurian warships, part of a larger fleet, conducting exercises in the Drexel system, entered Margaret due to a navigational and communication failure. Their presence near Fontana caused panic among local Davian-aligned miners, who sent out distress signals claiming an imminent attack. A 10-ship Davian fleet responded and, without verifying intent, opened fire. The resulting engagement destroyed 4 of the 5 Taurian vessels. The 5th, a damaged cruiser, managed to escape. Although it later emerged that the incursion had been accidental, the Davian military suppressed this information, framing the incident as a deliberate act of aggression. The Terran Concordat, confronted with this narrative and growing internal pressure, escalated its military readiness. When Prince Alexander Davian finally learned the truth, the damage had been done. When he appealed to the Star League for mediation, the Concordat refused to recognize the League's authority, stating that the dispute was a bilateral matter. This rejection triggered a shift in Cameron's approach, reportedly stating, "We have been compassionate and prudent long enough." The First Lord authorized increasingly aggressive preparations and publicly backed Davian's claims. Internal notes suggest that Ein Cameron supported occupation of the system, but this course was vetoed by Archon Viola Steiner. While the High Council was divided on the matter, it was clear that all members now viewed the periphery as a growing threat. Economic sanctions had failed, diplomatic efforts had stalled, and provocations, intentionally or not, were multiplying. Among the periphery states, only the Rim Worlds Republic maintained friendly relations with the Innersphere and the Star League. Ruled by the Amaris family, Terran citizens with deep ties to the Hegemony, the Rim Worlds enjoyed trade privileges and diplomatic favor not extended to the peers. However, this association bred resentment among other periphery powers, which viewed the Republic as compromised and subservient. Internally, dissent was growing. In 2572, Gregory Amaris allowed a battalion of Star League battlemechs into the Republic, ostensibly for training purposes. In truth, their presence reinforced his political dominance. In spring 2573, opposition erupted with anti-government insurgents dressed as Rift Republican Army members and seized a major prison on Apollo, the capital world. They demanded the withdrawal of all foreign troops. Amaris responded with force, deploying the 5th Amaris Fusiliers, Republican Guard, and artillery support to crush the revolt. The response was swift and lethal. Once word spread that Amaris' own troops had massacred political dissidents, protests broke out across the Republic. Amaris responded with the universal act of loyalty, forcing every citizen to swear allegiance to both the Amaris regime and the Star League. Resistance groups, such as the Luck Oath Miners, were starved into submission. The Innersphere's economic sanctions against the Periphery began to backfire. In the Lion Commonwealth and Free Worlds League, key industries suffered from the disruption of interstellar trade. Far-Star Traders, a major Lion shipping company, went bankrupt in 2574, leading to over 1 million lost jobs and plunging entire provinces into economic distress. Public opinion fractured. Some demanded harsher actions against the Periphery, while others had sympathy for the resistance. In December 2574, First Lord Ian Cameron convened an emergency session of the Star League High Council on the hegemony world of Pollux. Debate was fierce and lasted a full month. The outcome reflected both pragmatic and ideological motives. Kurita and Davian supported war, seeing opportunity in economic stimulus and military demonstration. Steiner favored war as a distraction from internal discontent. Merrick and Liao were more hesitant, citing economic and political instability at home. Cameron, though nominally a peacemaker, was personally committed to Star League unification and saw war as a necessity. On January 2nd, 2575, the Pollux Proclamation was delivered to all Periphery powers. It gave them 3 months to either join the Star League voluntarily or to face military action. Text of the Pollux Proclamation, 2575. My lords and ladies, we stand poised on the verge of a great era, a time of realized potential, of peace, security, and freedom for every man and woman. We have taken strides towards these goals that are unprecedented in human history by setting aside our regional, parochial differences in forging a union vaster and stronger than any previously devised. In the course of this mighty achievement, we have struck down many barriers to harmony and understanding. One barrier that remains is the isolationism of certain areas that refuse to join in with this union and thereby jeopardize everything for which it stands. There is no good reason for the intransicies of people who will not recognize the greater good of laying down their independence for the sake of joining our league. There is no good reason for people to insist on resisting the superior wisdom of those who have come before them into the fold, nor is there reason for them to continue to seek their own lonely course far from the centers of culture and civilization. This course of action is temporary. This course of action is provincial. Furthermore, in consideration of the common goals we share, we must set aside our differences and pool our resources for the common good, once and for all. The Star League stands for unified humanity. As First Lord of the Star League, it is my solemn responsibility to protect the welfare of that humanity wherever it may be found, be it on Cian or Santiago, New Vandenberg or New Avalon, Enduring or Apollo, Castor or Canopus. Through me, the Star League assumes the awesome task of safeguarding the welfare of humanity. It is a responsibility from which the League will never shrink. A responsibility it shall never lay down. The dark days of barbarism are over. We will not let them return again. The only way to ensure equal protection for all, the only way to safeguard the liberties of each individual, is for every human being to accept the benefits we offer, freely and openly. So long as solitary individuals of the most distant planets in the periphery remain uneducated, impoverished, or disadvantaged, we are all equally stricken. This situation is not now, nor shall it ever be, acceptable. We intend to see that the majority is not denied the benefits of culture and progress at the hands of a minority of radical isolationists. We intend to extend our benevolent protection into every corner of human-occupied space, whatever the cost. until every man, woman, and child prospers and flourishes. Let no one stand in the way of human progress. The time for reunification has come, but some have made the grievous error of failing to heed the call. Instead they chant, jeer, and jump about claiming independence, as if they were somehow beyond the gaps of their mother world. It is truly sad, but it seems that the cost of the united humanity will be paid in blood. To the poor people of the periphery, who live under the thumb of isolationists, my message is as follows: take heart. The true light of humanity will soon come your way and rip away the darkness that has shackled your lives for so long. To the isolationist governments of the periphery, my message is as follows: as you have shown by your uncivilized refusal to negotiate in good faith for better relations between us, I no longer restrain those of us who believe punishment is in order. The purpose of the Star League is peace. The ideal of the Star League is peace. The Star League is eternally committed to the principles of peace. If we recalcitrant leaders of the periphery forced our hand and require us to go to war, the war will be total. No prisoners will be taken. No holds will be barred. If the Star League is forced to fight for peace, it will be a fight to the death. As I see it, you have two choices. You can join the Star League, or you can join the Star League. Either way, you will join. Whether you join as a full partner, sharing in the benefits of the League's wealth, or as beaten and bloody slaves forever in chains, is a decision totally your own. Duke Gregory Webson, Star League Emissary to Victorian Concordat, 2575. The Periphery's answer came swiftly. On March 1st, 2575, the independent governments of Victorian Concordat, Magistry of Canopus, and Outworlds Alliance rejected the proclamation in a joint communique. They accused the Star League of imperialism and vowed to defend their autonomy. With diplomacy exhausted, the Bureau of Star League Affairs was tasked with generating popular support for war. A massive media campaign was launched across the innersphere to frame the conflict as a moral crusade. Internally, the move provoked division. A number of BSLA staff, objecting to what they saw as propaganda, resigned in protest. The most visible fallout came when Duke Michel de Grasson, head of the BSLA and a personal friend of Ian Cameron, criticized the campaign. In response, Cameron publicly stripped de Grasson of all offices and titles for conduct unbecoming a member of the Star League. The move was widely interpreted as a warning to dissenters and solidified the perception that the war was now inevitable. At the request of the independent states of the periphery, I formally reply to your demand that we submit to the Star League or else suffer the consequences. My reply is simply this: rest up, conserve your strength, and kiss your children goodbye, because we have no intention of surrendering our sovereignty to a pack of politicians who think they are important because they huddle around terror. Real men and women live free and independent of any feeble ideas about the birthplace of humanity and other high-sounding drivel. Real men and women do not need terror, and if necessary, we are willing to give our lives to prove it. Grendel Roberts, Ambassador from the Independent States of the Periphery to Lord Ian Cameron, March 1st, 2575. The Reunification War, 2575 to 2597, was a prolonged conflict involving 4 separate Star League campaigns against the major periphery realms: Victorian Concordat, the Magistry of Canopus, the Outworlds Alliance, and the Rim Worlds Republic. Although commonly grouped together, these periphery realms were not a unified bloc, nor did they share defined borders. They were simply the most significant states on the fringes of the inner sphere. Despite initial assumptions that these smaller realms would fall quickly to the might of a Star League, their forces fought tenaciously to preserve their independence. Ultimately, it took the Star League Defense Force more than 2 decades to subdue them. Following the Pollux Proclamation, and with a formal declaration of war in 2578, the SLDF initiated preparations for large-scale military operations. The SLDF had recently matured from a loose coalition into a more cohesive and capable force. To support the upcoming campaigns, Directive 22 was issued, requiring each League member state to contribute troops. These combined units formed the Star League Expeditionary Force. The SLDF command structure was as follows: Military Operations Command, originally led by General Chandra North Cameron. However, due to health issues, she was soon replaced with General Carlos Dangma Lee. 4 Regional Operation Commands, ROCs, each responsible for a periphery front. Task Group Commands, managing specific force groupings within the ROC. At its peak, the SLDF fielded 270 regiments and over 500 capital warships. Thanks to the earlier United Triumph military exercise, the SLDF already maintained an extensive logistics network along the periphery border, including secret forward bases. These were now expanded and reinforced. The war plan aimed at overwhelming each periphery state by rapidly striking at its industrial and political centers. Member state units would guard supply lines, seal off the flanks, and provide reserves. However, the campaigns would not begin simultaneously. Instead, League strategists hoped that a quick and decisive campaign against one target might compel the others to surrender diplomatically. The Taurian Concordat was selected as the first objective, likely influenced by Prince Alexander Davian's long-standing hostility towards the Taurians. The logistical burden was immense. Military convoys disrupted trade routes and occupied planetary infrastructure across the innersphere's frontier. Warships clustered near jump points, while supply transport flooded spaceports on staging worlds. As the first wave moved into position, the Star League's military and political leadership finalized their plans. The war for unification was about to begin. The campaign against the Taurian Concordat was the first and longest of the 4 major periphery offensives launched during the Reunification War. The Star League expected a swift victory, but encountered the best prepared and most fiercely resistant of all the periphery states. Between March 2575 and December 2576, 4 SLDF corps, 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th, and auxiliary Davian force were deployed along the conquered border. The expected campaign duration was 6 months. In response, Protector Mitchell Calderon began full mobilization immediately after receiving the Pollux Proclamation. Anticipating being outnumbered, Calderon proved a preemptive strategy, Case Amber, designed to destroy key Davian naval assets before the arrival of the main SLDF force. In 2577, the Taurians executed Case Amber successfully. After drawing out the bulk of the Davian fleet, they ambushed and destroyed over 20 Davian warships in the Tentativa system, losing only 3 vessels themselves. In May 2578, General Charles Wexworth led the SLDF into the Hyades cluster, aiming to isolate key industrial centers. The official declaration of war followed soon after. In conjunction with the declaration, First Lord Ian Cameron rescinded the Aris Conventions in 2579, stating that such restrictions were incompatible with fighting barbarians. This marked a shift towards total war. The conflict would see terrible atrocities from both sides as a result. Civilians were caught in the crossfire across multiple periphery worlds. SLDF operations led to the systematic destruction of infrastructure, agricultural zones, and industrial sites. In turn, periphery troops resorted to martyr tactics to overwhelm battle mechs for sheer determination and self-sacrifice. By 2582, the SLDF had secured over a third of Taurian territory. However, the Concordat's resistance delayed the campaign by years. Guerrilla warfare and sabotage operations intensified, including poisoning of water supplies on Rosard, destruction of food stores on Wippe, bombings of League bases on Pierce. Following significant SLDF casualties in Corrigan, General Wexworth was replaced by General Almathia Kincaid, who introduced striker regiments to counter guerrilla tactics. In 2583, she was assassinated during Case Black, a Taurian operation. In 2584, following the murder of General Kincaid, General Amos Furlong assumed command, adopting a harsh approach combining planetary blockades and scorched earth tactics. Though successful militarily, culminating in the massive Battle of Diefenbaker, the largest mech engagement of the war, the approach resulted in heavy losses and atrocities. The sack of Hanzetta, the pillaging of Victrella, and civilian massacres on Carmichael. In 2588, the Concordat was reduced to a few systems. After the bloody Battle of New Vandenberg in 2589, Lord Damien Onaga replaced Furlong. Onaga's final campaign met limited resistance, and Concordat forces surrendered on September 22nd, 2596. The next day, Protector Marenta Calderon died by her own hand. The Taurian campaign concluded with a near-total destruction of the Concordat's military infrastructure, but it came at an extraordinary cost in lives and material. The Outworlds Alliance campaign began after Admiral Janissa Franklin's victory at Robsart in 2581 freed Star League resources from the Taurian front. With minimal industrial capacity and only around 120 light battle mechs, many of which were modified agromechs, the alliance was at a distinct disadvantage. President Grigory Avelar recognized this imbalance and sought a diplomatic alternative. In mid-2581, he approached First Prince Lawrence Davian, offering him post-war protectorship over a dozen agriculturally valuable border systems in exchange for covert support. In June 2581, elements of the 2nd and 5th SLDF Corps, along with Draconis Combined Auxiliaries, moved into Outworld Alliance space. General Amos Furlong quickly secured several light-defended systems, including Grauveld, Bryceland, Wissau, Smenk, and Tabayama. Unbeknownst to Furlong, Davian had secretly mobilized 3 elite regiments under Colonel Elias Pitcairn, forming the Pitcairn Legion, which would support the alliance in the field. In October 2581, Furlong's push towards the alliance capital, Altheraz, was disrupted at Zevon by the Pitcairn Legion. Both sides suffered major losses. The arrival of Kurita reinforcements eventually secured Zevon for the SLDF, but the Pitcairn Legion escaped. Subsequently, the Star League High Command recalled a third of Furlong's forces to the Taurian front, per Davian's demand, preventing further offensives towards Altheraz. From early 2582, Furlong and his Kurita auxiliaries continued to occupy systems. When the Pitcairn Legion defeated the 4th Wrestlehawk Brigade on Budigan, Kurita troops retaliated by massacring civilians and destroying infrastructure. Furlong followed suit. On at least a dozen alliance worlds, he ordered the execution of 10% of the civilian population. He adopted a policy of total destruction, including the use of scorched earth tactics and supply denial. The Outworlders, previously hesitant, rallied in defiance. Thousands joined local militias, and under Captain Joshua March of the Pitcairn Legion, learned effective anti-mech tactics. The resistance became increasingly organized and effective. In the meantime, Furlong's operations were repeatedly disrupted by Davian commanders occupying worlds Furlong had planned to attack, and Kurita forces independently claimed territory, ignoring SLDF coordination. These power struggles frequently left Furlong's forces without access to resupply or support, making the situation for the troops in the field more dire. A major turning point came in spring 2583, when the Alliance executed a major ambush at Telman IV. Backed by the Pitcairn Legion, they inflicted heavy losses. Over 200 SLDF mechs were destroyed, while the Alliance lost approximately 100 mechs. Known as the Day of Vengeance, the battle marked a symbolic and strategic blow to the SLDF campaign. Following General Kincaid's assassination at the Taurian front, General Furlong was transferred to command the Taurian theater. He was replaced by Major General Franklin Barnex, who lacked sufficient forces to mount a renewed offensive. Instead, Barnex maintained the territories already secured. In 2585, the Peace of Sybris was signed. It granted the Outward Alliance limited autonomy under Star League supervision. The Alliance demand to try Furlong for war crimes was denied. Total estimated civilian casualties from the campaign exceeded 12 million. The campaign against the Magistry of Canopus began in June 2577. Led by Captain General Marion Merrick, the Star League committed the 7th Corps, over 30 SLDF regiments, alongside 12 regiments from the Free Worlds League. Their target was a prosperous realm of over 50 systems, enriched by its pleasure industries and carefully managed economy. Canopus lacked the industrial base to replace heavy combat losses, making preservation of materiel a priority. The Canopians fielded 17 battlemech regiments, 12 Home Guard units, and 2 small naval fleets. Their strategy, shaped by Colonel Adam Bogoy, focused on mobility, hit-and-run tactics, and supply interdiction, avoiding direct confrontation wherever possible. Gudarak fell quickly in mid-2577, followed by Umka after a 3-month siege ending in October 2577. In early 2578, Canopian forces launched a successful raid on Medion Vale, destroying a major SLDF supply depot and delaying League advances by 6 months. In response, Merrick reinforced logistics by constructing depots along extended supply lines. The turning point came in 2583 during a 2-day aerospace battle in the Furak system, where the Canopian navy suffered near total destruction. This enabled a final push towards Canopus IV, the capital world, which fell in April 2584 after a month of fighting. The campaign continued for 4 more years, with the SLDF gradually subduing remaining worlds. Merrick strictly adhered to the Ares conventions, limiting destruction and facilitating post-war integration. The Canopian War formally ended in 2588. Unlike the other periphery realms, the Rimworld's Republic was led by a regime already aligned with the Star League. However, the authoritarian politics of Gregory Amaris, combined with his public support for the Pollux Proclamation and his Manchester Directive outlawing the Republic Army, ignited internal unrest. In April 2575, a workers' strike at the battlemech factory on Apollo escalated into full rebellion. The 4th Amaris Dragoons failed to contain the unrest. Units such as the 7th Legionnaires and 8th Fusiliers defected to the newly formed Rim Provisional Government, which declared Apollo its base. Amaris' remaining forces withdrew, and he requested Star League assistance. Due to commitments elsewhere, the League began its offensive only in 2581. Though the rebels lacked mech strength, the use of conventional vehicles and irregular tactics, bolstered by high morale and resentment towards Amaris, prolonged the campaign. Draconis combine units, added later, faced resistance due to their treatment of civilians, which intensified rebel resolve. Despite early progress, the SLDF controlled only a third of the Republic by 2593. In March 2595, Orkon Viola Steiner Dinsen led the 4th Royal Guards in a flanking operation. A communications failure left her force surrounded by 3 enemy battlemech regiments. The Archon was mortally wounded and died 1 month later. By 2596, after 15 years of intermittent fighting, the Star League defeated the last remnants of a rebellion. The Rim Provisional Government surrendered in September, marking the final victory of a Reunification War. With the surrender of the Rimworld's Republic and the Taurian Concordat in 2596, the Reunification War formally came to an end. In 2597, the Star League reorganized the defeated Periphery realms into territorial states, each overseen by military governors and occupied by SLDF forces. These garrisons remained in place until 2607, when Home Rule was restored and the regions were granted associate member status in the Star League. To ease post-war tensions, the League launched an extensive reconstruction and propaganda campaign emphasizing peace and progress. Though initially met with deep skepticism, these efforts began yielding visible benefits over time, slowly fostering acceptance among former enemies. For the next century and a half, the Star League entered a golden age, marked by unparalleled peace, economic prosperity, and technological advancement. Although First Lord Ian Cameron did not live to witness the full fruits of his efforts, Lady Chandra Cameron died in 2600, followed by Ian in 2602, his legacy endured. I realize that I'm supposed to live up to the high ideals of my youth, and not cave in to the lure of comfort and security, but I do like these Star League's folks. Yes, I remember all our war cries. Remember the Republic, down with the puppet governments, kick the Cameron bastards out, and the rest. But that doesn't change the fact that things are better now than before the wars. We've got hospitals, we've got farms where once there were deserts, we've got more jobs than there are people to fill them. And what do the Camerons ask in return? That we get up and pledge allegiance to the League flag. That we pay our taxes and that we put up with a few battle mags stomping around. I call that a fair trade. Now what can you rabble-rousers offer me that's better? And before you accuse me of being a League sympathizer, let me remind you that I was toting a laser rifle in the Black Cow Mountains and risking my neck against Star League mechs long before you young firebrands were even born. Never accuse me of being a coward, or I'll be tempted to shove my fist down your scrawny little throat. I'm not a coward, and I'm not a fool either. So when you came around here toting rocks and causing a ruckus, remember that being independent means having to take care of yourselves. Judging by the looks of you, you'd be in big trouble if you were suddenly independent. If you didn't have the Star League to change your diapers, what would you do? From One-Eyed Jack, a novel about life in periphery territories by Vanilla Hutherson, Star League Press, 2609. Ian Cameron was succeeded by his son, Nicolas Cameron, who had been groomed from an early age. After enrolling at Sandhurst Military College on Terra in 2576, Nicolas graduated with honors in 2578 and served in the 33rd Royal Light Horse Regiment, later the Steeds of Nicholas. His career included promotion to Lance Commander within 6 months, promotion to Company Commander within a year, active combat on Badlands, where he was wounded twice, first by shrapnel and severely in an ambush that cost him his arm. After returning to Terra in 2600 and attending his mother's funeral, Nicholas was named First Lord Designate. He formally became First Lord in 2602 without opposition. While the League stabilized, unrest brewed in the Draconis Combine. In 2591, Coordinator Hihiro Kurita died in an accident, and his son, Leonard Kurita, assumed power. Where Hihiro had been measured and diplomatic, Leonard was impulsive, erratic, and addicted to alcohol and other indulgences. His ascension was marked by a celebratory tour of Combine worlds, focused more on pleasure than governance, despite the ongoing Reunification War. This behavior angered Ian Cameron, who publicly rebuked him before the High Council. Leonard dismissed the criticism, claiming his first duty was to sire an heir. Over time, Leonard's behavior worsened. Regional military governors took over administrative and military duties as the coordinator retreated into vice. Amid his paranoia, Leonard ordered military provocations near the Hegemony border and accused the Star League of hiding his supposed illegitimate children. Finally, Leonard escalated tensions further by ordering a raid on Asta in 2602, a jointly administered and demilitarized world. Combine troops stormed orphanages and schools, abducting 14 children thought to resemble the coordinator. During the Fall High Council session in 2604, Leonard stormed into the chambers, spat in Nicolas Cameron's face, and hurled baseless accusations. When the First Lord remained calm and tempted diplomacy, Leonard threw a bottle, striking a guard. As the guard fired in reflex, Leonard stabbed her before fleeing. The guard, Sergeant Tanya Kerensky, died of her wounds. In her honor, Nicolas Cameron awarded her family the ceremonial title of Defenders of the First Lord and privileges, including access to top academies. Thus began the Kerensky family legacy. Leonard fled to the Combine and began preparations for war. He ignored pleas from military leaders, family, and citizens. His sister committed seppuku in protest. As war loomed, Leonard's own family was forced to act. He was assassinated in a secret internal trial by the Kurita clan, who viewed him as a liability to the state. With Leonard's death, plans for war were abandoned. His successor, Blaine Kurita, restored stability to the Combine, and relations with the Hegemony improved. The death of Leonard Kurita in 2604 marked the unofficial end of the Reunification Era. By 2605, most Star League troops had returned to the innersphere, and the League's member states were eager to shift focus from conflict to reconstruction and peace. Although war readiness was reduced, First Lord Nicolas Cameron took a cautious approach. In a series of classified briefings, he instructed his senior advisors to develop contingency plans for potential conflicts with each of the 5 member states. The goal was clear: avoid complacency, even in peacetime. A brief economic downturn followed the war's conclusion, but it was soon reversed. Innersphere industries transitioned from military to civilian production, and trade with the new territorial states surged. These periphery realms, rich in resources but poor in manufactured goods, provided both economic opportunity and a renewed interstellar exchange. The period from approximately 2600 to 2650 became known as the Good Years. With the cessation of major conflicts, scientific and technological resources were redirected towards civilian advancement. The Terran Hegemony, the Federated Suns, and the Lion Commonwealth led these efforts, though all League member states benefited from the resulting innovations. The Terran Hegemony spearheaded this push. Hegemony industries adopted long-term research strategies bolstered by covert requests to refrain from exporting sensitive technology. In return, the League rewarded these firms preferential military contracts. The most significant achievement of the era was the development of a hyperpulse generator, HPG, based on unused equations by Kearney and Fushida. Originally envisioned as a method of artificial jump point generation, the technology had been ignored due to prohibitive cost. In 2614, Nicolas Cameron appointed Joshua Hoshiko Minister of Communications. Hoshiko, in turn, tasked Professor Cassie de Burgh with revisiting the old theories. She determined that, while matter transmission remained impractical, the transmission of modulated energy, such as radio signals, via artificial jump points was feasible. De Burgh and her team completed the first HPG station near the core of the Star League in 2630. It enabled instantaneous messages across up to 50 light-years. With a system in place throughout the innersphere, terror-to-target messages took just 7 days. Even the most distant periphery outpost received communications in under 6 months, more than twice as fast as previous systems. Another major initiative was economic unification. In 2621, Nicolas Cameron proposed a single currency across the League. Initial opposition came from speculators, Kurita policymakers and the Steiner Archon, all citing sovereignty concerns. Business interests, however, widely supported the plan, leading to widespread strikes, especially in the Learning Commonwealth, that forced political compliance. On July 1st, 2623, the Star Dollar was introduced as the League's unified currency. Printed by each member state under League supervision, each note bore both the Star League seal and the issuing state's emblem. The Council had proposed placing the First Lord's image on the bills, but Nicolas Cameron declined. The currency reform supported the economical boom. Trade flourished across the innersphere and the periphery, with merchants expanding their reach and access to new markets. Living standards rose across all regions, and the League entered what was broadly seen as a golden age of cooperation and growth. Technological progress also extended to colonization. In 2632, breakthroughs in water purification reduced dependence on ice-hauling ships. Maintenance of the high-tech systems proved manageable thanks to a well-trained technical workforce. By 2700, over 1,000 new worlds had been settled, expanding the Star League's reach to a sphere roughly 540 light-years in diameter. In 2598, Nicolas Cameron married Lydia Patterson, Duchess of Bryant, and a senior figure in the Department of Star League Education and Information. Their union coincided with Nicolas' deployment to the periphery and was widely regarded as stable and productive. Lydia later became second in command of her department. On the same day she gave birth to their son, Joseph, Nicolas was severely wounded in combat on Badlands. Despite a privileged and reportedly loving upbringing, Joseph Cameron developed into a vain and manipulative young man. At 16, he was sent on a diplomatic tour of the Star League, in the hope that exposure to statesmen and leaders might instill a sense of responsibility. This failed. Upon return, he was enrolled at the War College of Mars under strict instructions to receive no special treatment. He survived the academy and developed a polished public demeanor, though his problematic behavior persisted. Joseph married SLDF officer Josephine Franks, with whom he had a son, Michael, in 2629. The same year, Nicolas Cameron appointed Joseph Director General of the Terran Hegemony. Those scandals followed him. Joseph advanced within the military and was promoted to colonel of a royal regiment by age 29. In 2641, the Mechwarrior scandal erupted. The company Mechwarrior Light Conductor Industries, having secured a lucrative government contract, was found to have paid bribes that implicated the Director General. Joseph denied all accusations until a reporter investigating the case died under suspicious circumstances. The First Lord stripped Joseph of his post and reassigned him to the SLDF's Wargame Arrangement and Planning Commission, while an investigation proceeded. 4 months later, Joseph died during a routine military exercise with the 112th Royal Hussars. His mech triggered a poorly prepared Vibra bomb. A faulty ejection system caused his death. Interestingly coinciding with the issuance of a warrant related to the journalist's death. Despite his flawed legacy, Joseph Cameron left one enduring contribution: the introduction of competitive training contests in the SLDF. These war games, culminating in the Martial Olympiad, became an institution for fostering combat readiness and unit pride. During the months before the formal declaration of the Star League, an attempt was made to come up with a fitting symbol of a new realm. Many designs were created. Some were simple, many were ornately complicated, yet none caught the eye of Cameron, the future First Lord. The obvious symbol, a radiant sunburst, was dismissed from the first because it resembled the Federated Sunburst. Other star designs were tried. One, a central star surrounded by 5 smaller stars, was considered favorable, until someone asked whether the symbol would be redesigned once the Periphery realms joined the League. The new symbol was discovered one day as Ian Cameron was visiting his niece, Thomasina Cameron Harvey, at the daycare center. As he approached, he saw the little girl lost in concentration, desperately trying to draw a symmetrical star like the one her teacher had done. She could not, and was left with a star with two of its rays longer than the others. When she gave up in frustration, the child noticed her uncle and held up the star to him. "This is a bad star," she said peevishly. Ian Cameron said that it wasn't, but it was a grand, because it's a Cameron star. Ian Cameron took the child's drawing to several artists who developed and embellished it. Cameron then took these and sent copies to the rulers of the other houses with a letter explaining the story behind the design. All, even coordinator Hihiro Kurita for the Cronus Combine, were enchanted by the story and the star. And this was Cameron's star adopted as the official symbol of the Star League. From the Reader's Digest History of the Star League by Van Dressen Joa, Blind Public Press, Donegal, 3002. So far we have followed the Cameron Dynasty, and by watching them learned a few things about the development of the Terran hegemony. But since we have reached the age of the Star League, it would be prudent to make a step back and to take a closer look at the institutions and the society of this golden age. The Star League, though often idealized as a utopian model of interstellar cooperation, functioned as a complex and pragmatic political system. Its founder, First Lord Ian Cameron, designed the League's government to reflect both the lofty aspirations of unity and the practical needs of administration across 6 diverse realms. At the heart of Star League government was the Bureau of Star League Affairs, BSLA. This central bureaucracy maintained legal and administrative order, enforced high council legislation, and managed interstellar governance through advanced data networks and sophisticated communications. Funded by annual contributions from the 6 member states, as well as through taxes and license fees, the BSLA oversaw all aspects of League administration. The High Council consisted of the leaders of the 6 member states, each of whom retained sovereignty within their own realm. The Council met twice annually on Terra to deliberate on matters of mutual concern. Though nominally equal, the Council's cohesion and effectiveness largely depended on the leadership of the First Lord. Ian Cameron envisioned the First Lord as first among equals, a moderator whose influence would guide the Council towards consensus. In practice, however, the office of a First Lord evolved into the most powerful position within the Star League. The Star League Accords granted the First Lord 3 major powers that elevated the role far above that of a mere presiding officer. First, the Star Lord held unilateral authority over the Star League Defense Force for defensive deployments, independent of Council approval. While he could not formally declare war without Council consent, this military prerogative effectively allowed him to act across League space under the guise of defense. The personal loyalty of the SLDF to the Cameron Dynasty further enhanced this authority. Second, the First Lord wielded significant economic power. Though the Department of Economic Relations, he could suspend interstellar trade, close exchanges, and freeze operations of companies engaging in inner-realm commerce. These powers made economic retaliation a very potent political tool. Third, the Terran hegemony's technological superiority. Protected by clause in the Accords, exempting realms from mandatory tech sharing, this allowed the First Lord to leverage scientific and industrial knowledge for political concessions. Access to hegemony technology often came in exchange for policy compliance or diplomatic support. Beyond formal mechanisms, the Cameron Dynasty commanded widespread popular support. Public loyalty to the Camerons was often enough to pressure unwilling council lords into cooperation. The dynasty's tendency to refrain from overtly exploiting their vast powers only strengthened their moral authority and public image. Although not a formal institution of government, the Royal Court of the Star League, hosted each spring and winter in Unity City, was a significant socio-political force. These seasonal gatherings served as a principal social venue for the elite of the Star League: nobles, intellectuals, business leaders, and celebrities. Ostensibly intended as a respite from political matters, the Royal Court featured a range of social and recreational activities, including sporting events, hunting excursions, formal dinners, and balls. Each session typically lasted 2 months, during which time even the First Lord participated in the festivities. Despite its leisurely appearance, the Royal Court was an epicenter of political and economic maneuvering. Behind the facade of elegance, participants negotiated business deals, arranged political alliances, and exchanged favors. Espionage was rampant. The nobility of the Terran hegemony was re-established in the 24th century by Director General Michael Cameron. Hegemony nobility functioned less as a privileged caste and more as a class of prominent individuals granted status for service, economic contribution, or technical merit, at least at the very beginning. Titles conferred by the Cameron administration were not inherently tied to governmental authority. Nobles were expected to gain political office through merit and democratic approval. No noble title guaranteed governmental control, and nobles could be voted out of office by the electorate. This policy prevented the entrenchment of a ruling elite and maintained the balance between nobility and civic institutions. The highest title was Duke, usually bestowed upon individuals who controlled large territories or major industrial interests. Some, known as vagabond dukes, operated widespread business holdings across multiple worlds without possessing direct planetary authority. Marquesses ranked just below dukes. These titles were occasionally awarded in recognition of exceptional scientific or technical achievements. An example was Professor Gregory Atlas, honored as Marquess of Military Technology for his contributions to Myomere development. Counts typically held expansive landholdings or directed large enterprises. Their political influence often depended on whether they operated within the domain of the duke or independently. Counts linked to ducal holdings were generally subordinate to them, while independent counts exercised greater autonomy. Barons, the lowest rank in the peerage, often owned smaller businesses or agricultural lands. Many received their titles as rewards for service in the SLDF or the BSLA. Although often economically dependent on higher nobles, barons, especially those residing permanently on their homeworlds, could achieve considerable local political power. Some ascended to leadership roles in planetary governments, occasionally challenging their aristocratic superiors in contests of political will. The Bureau of Star League Affairs was the central administrative body of the Star League and functioned as the practical mechanism of interstellar governance. Operating under the authority of the High Council, the BSLA managed law enforcement, economic policy, and diplomatic representation across the League's 6 member states and the periphery. It functioned through 6 core departments: the Department of Administration, Social Relations, Economic Relations, Revenue, Education and Information, as well as the Attorney General. The BSLA headquarters, located opposite the Royal Court in Unity City, was an enormous neoclassical structure with 20 sub-Terran floors, housing advanced computing and communication facilities, making it the beating heart of a bureaucracy. The Department of Administration represented the executive diplomatic arm of the BSLA outside the Terran hegemony. Its administrators, selected for their resilience, political acumen, and training in law, served as the Star League's primary agents in foreign realms. Their duties included enforcing High Council law and managing local political crises. At the apex of the department stood the commander of the BSLA, Those authority over the interstellar bureaucracy was second only to that of the First Lord. The commander had significant influence over legal implementation and taxation policy. Upon retirement, replacements were hand-picked by the First Lord to ensure loyalty to the Terran Hegemony and the Cameron Dynasty. State administrators served as the Star League's senior representatives in each of the 6 innersphere realms. Stationed in the capital cities and equipped with dedicated HBG communication lines to Terra, state administrators monitored compliance with League law and provided political oversight. Backed by SLDF garrisons, they had the authority to request military intervention when necessary. Over time, appointments to these positions became consolidated within 5 influential families. These were the Izu family, Draconis Combine, the Hughes family, Free Worlds League, the Brewer family, Lyring Commonwealth, the Ling family, Capellan Confederation, and the Green family, Federated Sons. Following the devastation of the Reunification War, the BSLA deployed administrators to re-establish civil governance across the 4 periphery realms. Initially drawn from the SLDF Judge Advocate General's office, these administrators coordinated emergency reconstruction efforts and laid the foundation for new planetary governments. Upon cessation of hostilities, civil diplomats assumed authority. The periphery was divided into 4 territorial states, each administered by a periphery administrator, who wielded complete executive power for nearly 3 decades. After the time, these officials gradually ceded authority to local governments, but retained final veto rights over laws threatening Star League control. In 2722, Council Directive 41, signed by First Lord Jonathan Cameron, formally withdrew periphery administrators under the pretext of granting independence. In practice, this exposed the region to exploitation by innersphere interests and led to a period of widespread corruption and instability, contributing to long-standing periphery resentment. Each innersphere realm was divided into 3 administrative districts. A district administrator, subordinate to the state administrator, was responsible for monitoring local governance and coordinating with a regular army. District administrators traveled extensively, interfacing with local nobility and politicians while supervising the activities of planetary administrators within their territory. The BSLA established diplomatic missions on every League world with a population exceeding 1 million. These offices, headed by planetary administrators, were the local presence of Star League authority. Their duties included liaising with planetary governments, overseeing SLDF relations, and evaluating policy implementation. Planetary administrators were often the first to recognize signs of unrest or legal failure, and consequently the first to encounter danger. Their position was sensitive. Tensions frequently rose due to the presence of SLDF forces, especially when League military facilities were seen as havens for criminals evading local justice by enlisting. Due to their intensity and visibility of their work, planetary administrators were sometimes targeted during periods of anti-League agitation. They came to be known informally as the troopers of the BSLA for their frontline role in maintaining interstellar order. The Department of Social Relations had 2 principal functions within the Star League government. First, it maintained a comprehensive database of political records concerning the 6 member states and the 4 territorial states of the periphery. These public archives included treaties, agreements, and key writings of prominent leaders. By providing open access, the department sought to foster transparency and mutual understanding between the realms. When diplomacy failed, the department activated the Political Emergency Response Teams, PERTs. These teams, composed of specialists trained in diplomacy, comparative and political systems, and interstellar relations, were tasked with diffusing crisis. Equipped with dedicated jump ships and drop ships, each PERT operated regionally and could be rapidly deployed to address political flashpoints. The Department of Economic Relations had the right to judge whether a member state was taking unfair advantage of another state or individual world, with guilty offenders facing stiff fines and embargoes. The department also closely supervised commerce between the states, forcing companies to adhere to strict guidelines when shipping products between worlds. Those who did not comply were barred from major ports controlled by the Star League, although many who could not afford to license their ships still operated illegally on the black market. The department also worked with the SLDF's Quartermaster Command to monitor all major and minor weapons manufacturers, especially since many dealt in advanced technology restricted from sale to member states. If a company was found to be in violation of a law, either organization had the right to seize it and all its assets. The Department of Revenue oversaw the collection of funds necessary to maintain the Star League. According to the Star League Accords, each realm contributed a percentage of its gross national product. Additional revenue came from taxes on trade licenses, interstellar transport, and fees for access to advanced Terran hegemony technology. Tax collection was frequently met with resistance, especially from planets in a member state's interior, where citizens often perceived few benefits from Star League governance. In such cases, SLDF garrison maneuvers were staged nearby to encourage compliance. Though such tactics sometimes stained relations with house governments, they were rarely challenged. To pursue tax evasion among private citizens, the department employed revenue agents. Trained in both investigative procedures and combat, these operatives, often called Cameron's thieves, targeted high-profile offenders, including corporate leaders, attempting to circumvent their fiscal obligations. Created to advance literacy and cultural cohesion, the Department of Education and Information managed educational policy and public access to information. Its flagship initiative, Executive Order 4, issued by First Lord Ian Cameron in 2572, introduced the Universal Curriculum. This system standardized instruction across realms with an emphasis on interstellar cultural studies to promote mutual understanding. The department also administered license for educators. Teachers from member states attended department-run colleges in the Terran hegemony, earning the prestigious title of Teacher of the Star League, highly valued in regions with teacher shortages. Educational publishing and public access were coordinated through the state-owned enterprise Prometheus, Inc. The organization published books, built libraries, and managed an extensive computer database. With nearly 1,000 libraries interconnected through a universal information network, citizens with library or home access could consult a vast array of historical, scientific, and literary content. The Prometheus network was destroyed during the Amaris Coup. The Department of the Attorney General was charged with legal enforcement across the Star League. It was divided into two branches: the Attorney General's Command, responsible for prosecution, and the Judicial Command, which trained and assigned judges. The department relied heavily on the Star League Defense Force for arrest and extradition powers. Military police units were empowered to operate across jurisdictional boundaries, pursuing fugitives and enforcing Star League law even within member states. Legal cases were adjudicated across a three-tier court system. Regional courts handled most criminal cases. Appellate courts reviewed lower court decisions and oversaw political legal disputes between states. The Supreme Court of the Star League, based in the District of Columbia on Terra, addressed matters of the highest importance. Composed of 7 justices, 2 from the Terran hegemony and 1 from each other realm, the court earned a reputation for judicial independence, frequently prioritizing planetary autonomy over centralized control. The Star League government possessed significant institutional strengths and equally critical vulnerabilities. Its greatest weakness was its reliance on the integrity and capability of the Cameron Dynasty. When the leadership faltered, as it did under Richard Cameron II, the political system proved susceptible to manipulation and collapse. Another weakness lay in the League's commitment to princely governance. Idealistic and methodical, it often eschewed rapid or forceful solutions in favor of deliberation and compromise. While this fostered moral legitimacy, it also limited flexibility in crisis response. Nonetheless, these flaws were outweighed by the League's accomplishments. It forged a unified interstellar economy, supported cultural and educational integration, and preserved peace across historically hostile realms. Under its governance, citizens of the innersphere experienced an era of unprecedented prosperity and sophistication, one not seen before or since. I am the defender of a Star League. My strength is in loyalty. Motto of the Star League Defense Forces, inscribed into the marble archway above the main entrance of the War Academy on Mars. The Star League Defense Forces, SLDF, was the largest and most advanced military organization in human history. At its height, prior to the outbreak of the Periphery Uprising, the SLDF had over 100 million soldiers, with a comparable number of warships and transport vessels. The SLDF was the principal enforcement arm of the Star League, underpinning its authority across the innersphere and the periphery. Unlike the militaries of the individual member states, SLDF units were largely integrated, with personnel drawn from across all 6 realms. The only exception were the royal units, composed exclusively of citizens from the Terran hegemony. Despite the cultural and political diversity of its troops, the SLDF experienced few incidents of inter-realm tension. Training emphasized unity and loyalty to the Star League above regional affiliations. The military's cohesive identity was a key factor in its operating effectiveness and remained one of the Cameron Dynasty's most successful integration efforts. The SLDF was also renowned for its technological superiority. Star League battlemechs, aerospace fighters, and naval vessels surpassed contemporary innersphere designs in firepower, endurance, and versatility. Many of these technological achievements were derived from hegemony research facilities and remain closely guarded. To support its immense operations, the SLDF maintained a highly efficient logistical and bureaucratic infrastructure. Its ability to coordinate deployments, supply chains, and communications across thousands of worlds testified to its administrative sophistication. The esprit du corps among SLDF troops was notable. A shared belief in the ideas of a Star League fostered a professional culture of discipline, purpose, and confidence. This unity helped legitimize Star League governance and contributed to a general sense of interstellar stability during its existence. The SLDF was commanded by a succession of senior officers, most of whom were appointed directly by the First Lord. Their tenures reflected the evolving strategic and political priorities of the Star League. General Chandra Norov Cameron, 2571 to 2575, oversaw the early stages of SLDF formation and integration. General Dangmar Lee, 2575 to 2597, commanded during the Reunification War, implementing many of the SLDF's early combat doctrines. General Nicolas Kinol, 2598 to 2646, consolidated the SLDF following the Reunification War, emphasized professionalization and standardization. He reasserted the right to establish recruiting stations on any planet and to accept anyone who wished to join the SLDF. General Kilian Squan Turk, 2646 to 2680, focused on internal reorganization and technological modernization. His only major change was to ask the High Council to allow retiring soldiers to buy the weapons with a usual muster-out bonus. This greatly improved the proliferation of weapons and strengthened the right for self-defense. Admiral David Patterson, 2680 to 2707, the only naval officer to lead the SLDF, emphasized fleet expansion and logistics. He was also the mastermind behind the Gunslinger program and the space defense system. General Icolor Fredaza, 2707 to 2729. The general was the most socially active of all the commanders of the SLDF. When Jonathan Cameron became increasingly distant and disturbed, General Fredaza was one of the first to question his ability to rule. He was tried for treason and hanged by an enraged First Lord. General Rebecca Fetladral, 2729 to 2738, was a respected strategist who emphasized readiness during mounting political tensions. She made the space defense system a reality. General Alexander Kerensky, 2738 to 2784, the most celebrated and consequential SLDF commander, an overrated man that condemned the Star League and abandoned his post. Executive Order 34, issued by First Lord Nicolas Cameron in 2606, reaffirmed the right of Star League defense forces to recruit personnel from any member state without interference. Thousands of recruitment centers were established across the innersphere and periphery. These offices operated under Star League jurisdiction and were treated as diplomatic missions. Entry into a recruitment office placed the individual under Star League law. The general public responded positively. The prestige of SLDF service ensured a constant flow of willing volunteers, making conscription unnecessary. However, the ability of recruits to bypass local legal systems alarmed house governments. Criminals and dissents increasingly used enlistment as a form of escape. Following complaints from the Draconis Combine and the Capellan Confederation, Executive Order 35 was issued. It allowed member states to petition the Star League to locate and prosecute SLDF personnel accused of crimes. However, such cases were handled under Star League law. While crimes like murder or theft were prosecuted, charges deemed political or ideological were often dismissed. Candidates aged 16 to 18 with exceptional aptitude could apply to one of the 200 Star League military academies. Admission required passing a comprehensive physical and academic examination. Those pursuing careers as Mechwarriors or aerospace pilots also took the skull cap test using a Nero helmet. Training lasted 4.5 years, with roughly 40% of the curriculum devoted to general education and the remainder focused on military subjects, including strategy, tactics, and technology. Annual field maneuvers were mandatory. Graduates entered the SLDF with the rank of sergeant, earning officer commissions through demonstrated abilities in service. Terra was the center of military education. Over 100 academies operated during the Star League era. Among them the War Triad, the three institutions Sandhurst, War Academy of Mars, and Afaros, was the most prestigious. The Sandhurst Royal Military College in England was considered the foremost academy, heavily favored after Michael Cameron's graduation there, while the War Academy on Mars served as a strategic and doctrinal headquarters for the SLDF. Meanwhile, the Military Academy of Afaros specialized heavy in aerospace and dropship training, but also served as a major center for the Gunslinger program. Other, also notable institutions included the Saint-Cyr Military Academy in France, Frunze Military Academy and Malinovsky Battlemech and Tank Academy in Russia, the Krieg-Universität in Germany, Kure Naval Academy in Japan, and West Point and Annapolis in the United States. Of course, more academies could be found on other planets. The Comet College of New Earth was founded in 2331. It was the first military academy established off Terra. The Fleet School of Keet trained naval personnel. It was known for operating its own warship and jump ships for hand-on instructions. The Flight Academy of Graham was an orbital academy dedicated to aerospace pilot training. It was capable of graduating over 2,000 pilots annually. The University of Proserpina was known for its strict traditions and association with the Cameron family. It produced socially rigid but very capable officers. The economy of the Star League was anchored by the Terran hegemony, whose advanced technology made it the industrial and commercial center of the innersphere. The hegemony exported high-end goods to the other member states in exchange for raw materials. This flow of resources spurred exploration, exploitation, and development across many worlds, gradually replacing the scars of the Age of War with rapid industrialization and prosperity. Initially, during the days of the Terran Alliance, corporations were reluctant to relocate manufacturing to distant colonies, preferring to import raw materials and maintain production on Terra. This created a system in which nearby or resource-rich colonies were heavily exploited, while distant or poor worlds remained economically completely neglected. When shipping costs rose and local resource deposits declined, corporations were forced to build off-world production centers, sparking rapid growth in the colonies. The turning point came with the Director General James McKenna's failure to force remote colonies into the hegemony, effectively acknowledging their independence. Concerned about long-term access to resources, the Cameron Dynasty implemented economic strategies to maintain technological superiority and control. The hegemony research and development centers were expanded to coordinate commercial R&D and serve as conduits between the government and private industry. Officials regularly reviewed ongoing projects to determine which innovations were too sensitive to export. These were placed on the official list of sensitive and secret technologies, often referred to by corporations as the Cameron Blacklist. Despite strict enforcement, some technology still leaked via smuggling or espionage, but such losses were tolerated as technological obsolescence made them largely irrelevant. When resources dwindled, the hegemony negotiated joint development deals with other realms, offering advanced technologies in exchange for resource access. By the time Ian Cameron assumed power in 2549, the hegemony faced unsustainable scarcity. Rather than submit to economic decline or dependence, he initiated the formation of a Star League, a solution that merged political ambition with economic necessity. The Star League unified 6 major economic systems. The Star League Accords eliminated trade barriers between member states and established shared protocols for commerce. Although each realm retained authority over its own economy, the benefits of integration proved so great that few challenged League policies. The Department of Economic Relations monitored trade practices. It had authority to penalize realms or companies that engaged in unfair economic activity, issuing fines and embargoes when necessary. The department also regulated interstellar transportations through the Shippers License Act of 2582, requiring trading companies to meet safety and reporting standards. Illegal operations persisted despite the regulations. Known as free jumpers, over 900 unlicensed vessels operated outside official channels, supplying goods to underserved or remote regions. Though technically illegal, the League tolerated these operations due to their utility in reaching neglected areas. In 2621, First Lord Nicolas Cameron advanced his father's vision of a unified economy by establishing the Star League dollar as a standard currency. While member states were permitted to print the currency under supervision, monetary supply was controlled by the Star League government. To support economic integration and to promote cross-border investments, Nicolas also created the Central Stock Exchange, CSE. 10 regional stock exchanges were added, each located in cities built on border worlds. These hubs were home to economists, traders, and industrialists, and were protected by nearby SLDF garrisons. The presence of shared economic interests fostered cooperation and reduced the appeal of war, reinforcing the League's diplomatic objectives through financial means. The society of the Terran hegemony, and by extension the Star League, was characterized by an apparent contradiction. A deeply rooted commitment to open debate and argument, paired with an equally strong emphasis on cooperation and diplomacy. This tension created a vibrant civic culture bolstered by a robust education system and a flourishing appreciation for the arts. The hegemony became both the cultural heart and the societal model for the Star League. Contrary to common belief, the technological achievements of the Terran hegemony did not marginalize religious life. On the contrary, church attendance during the hegemony's peak was high. The people viewed religion as an acknowledgement of Terra's legacy as a cradle of humanity. All major oath-based religions retained large followings, including Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. In contrast, newer or off-world faiths received little respect and rarely gained influence. Religious tolerance was widespread, and interfaith organizations played an active role in preventing or resolving occasional conflicts. Despite such efforts, incidents like the Buddhist-Hindu revolts in Ramallah 2711 demonstrated that tensions sometimes exceeded the reach of diplomatic intervention. Religious institutions maintained independent administrative structures headquartered on Terra, where they document births, deaths, and marriages. The Amaris Coup brought devastation to these traditions. Religious leaders were targeted in massacres, institutions were desecrated or destroyed. Notable atrocities included the murder of the Pope and cardinals and the destruction of Mecca. Though remnants of these religions survive today, their power and cultural prominence never recovered. Education was central to the identity of the hegemony and the Star League. Recognizing its role in social cohesion and peaceful coexistence, First Lord Ian Cameron issued Executive Order 4 in 2572, proposing a unified educational program known as the Universal Curriculum. Though voluntary, it was widely adopted, except in the Draconis Combine, which rejected it outright. The curriculum introduced children to the cultures and values of Star League member states, fostering mutual understanding from an early age. League universities reinforced this program, requiring students to take courses on League history and interstellar relations. The average Hegemony citizen received 14 years of formal education, including 3 years of college, surpassing educational standards in other realms and producing a society highly proficient in literacy. Educators were honored and incentivized, often receiving bonuses when former students graduated with honors. A sophisticated technological society with a high standard of living fostered a vibrant artistic culture. With short work weeks and widespread prosperity, hegemony citizens enjoyed access to vast media industries. The arts were not only popular, but deeply respected. Patronage of the arts, especially by nobles and wealthy industrialists, revived the traditions of earlier cultural renaissances. Freed from financial insecurity, artists pioneered entirely new forms such as laser performance art and cryogenic air sculptures. The Hegemony Library of Thorin, once the largest in human history, exemplified the era's cultural ambition. Stretching over 100 buildings, it claimed, perhaps inaccurately, to house a copy of every published work. It was destroyed by the Second Amaris Dragoons, an act widely regarded as one of the greatest cultural losses in human history. Other institutions met similar fates during the Amaris Coup and the Succession Wars, though a few survived in damaged form, notably the Museum of Ancient Art on Cath, the Library of Star League Peace, and the Institute of the Arts on Northwind. Though many of the League's most ambitious artistic innovations have vanished, surviving works, now dispersed across the innersphere, continue to inspire reverence. For many, the loss of the Star League is mourned not only for its collapse of peace and order, but also for destruction of its unmatched artistic legacy. Nicolas Cameron named his grandson, Michael Cameron, as his successor in 2646. While this decision was controversial, Joseph's recent disgrace remained fresh, Michael had an unblemished record. A graduate of the War Academy, he served as a naval officer aboard the battleship Arkansas, eventually rising to second in command. Upon Nicolas Cameron's death in 2649, Michael succeeded him as First Lord. Though publicly welcomed, several council lords saw the young and scholarly leader as politically unexperienced and hoped to influence him. However, events in the Rimworlds would soon disprove such expectations. In 2650, reports reached the First Lord that Tadeo Amaris of the Rimworlds Republic was rapidly expanding his military, from 8 to 15 mech regiments in just 3 months. The origin of these units was unknown, though shipping records pointed to legitimate trading firms who had moved military cargo for unnamed clients. Tadeo's actions were technically legal under Star League law. When confronted, he cited the Star League Accord's right to raise a military force. The High Council was divided on how to respond. Direct intervention risked destabilization, while public confrontation could escalate tensions. So, legislative reform appeared to be the only viable option. Michael Cameron also favored the legal approach. In 2650, the Council passed Edict 2650, which imposed strict limits on the size and composition of all house militaries and private forces across the League. A separate set of regulations applied to the periphery, detailing prohibited weapon systems. The SLDF then staged extended maneuvers near the Rimworld's borders to pressure compliance. Tadeo Amaris appeared to disband his excess forces, and the crisis passed without violence. However, intelligence later revealed that Amaris had quietly continued his military build-up through reservist and militia forces. It was much later known that these forces were secretly supported by the Draconis Combine. In 2657, First Lord Michael Cameron, long known for his bachelor lifestyle, entered into a high-profile courtship with Duchess Katharina Mann of Germany. Born into a noble family with lineage tracing back to the 15th century, Katharina combined aristocratic background with substantial personal achievement. A graduate of War Academy of Mars, she was a skilled aerospace pilot, military officer, and historian. Katharina's career in the Star League Defense Force was cut short in 2653 when her father died, obligating her to return to Terra and to assume leadership of her family's estate near Magdeburg. She revitalized the region's economy by attracting major defense contractors to establish manufacturing facilities. It was during an inspection of such a factory that she met Michael Cameron. Their ensuing relationship became a media phenomenon. Journalists followed their movements relentlessly. The Duchess, known for her independence and martial training, once physically subdued an overzealous reporter. The couple often resorted to creative measures to avoid the press, including spending time on SLDF bases. In 2659, following years of public courtship, Michael proposed and Katharina accepted. The wedding took place at the Christian Cathedral in the court of the Star League. The elaborate medieval-themed ceremony was widely regarded as one of the most impressive public events in League history. For their honeymoon, the couple embarked on a 2-year grand tour of the Star League. Accompanied by both military and private vessels, they visited all 5 innersphere member states and the 4 periphery territories. The journey served diplomatic, economic, and political purposes. Their presence bolstered intergovernmental goodwill, charmed both nobility and citizens, and allowed the First Lord to personally assess the performance of a unified economic system. Upon returning to Terra, however, the realities of public life strained the marriage. The Duchess resented the constant attention that came with her position, while the First Lord was frustrated by her continued involvement in regional affairs. After several months of tension, the couple reconciled. Katharina emerged as one of Michael Cameron's most trusted advisors, offering a moderating voice and advocating for diplomatic solutions during future crises. Despite the relative prosperity and political stability of the 27th century, the Edict of 2650, limiting the military strength of all member states, started to generate resentment. The Draconis Combine, in particular, saw the edict as a deliberate attempt by the Cameron Dynasty to curtail Khoritan power. Forced to disband numerous units, including several BattleTech regiments, the Combine government viewed the edict not as a collective security measure, but as an insult. Unable to openly challenge the Star League due to suspicions about their covert arms shipments to Amaris, the Khorita leadership instead began a period of gradual disengagement. The Combine withdrew from Star League's social and economic affairs and retreated into an insular posture, reinforced by cultural regression. A renewed emphasis on Bushido, the code of a samurai, and widespread adoption of Japanese language and customs further isolated the realm. The rise of formal dueling among Mechwarriors and the symbolic adaptation of katanas emphasized the emerging warrior aristocracy within the Combine. While this internal transformation unfolded, Khoritan military leaders began encouraging their best Mechwarriors to issue personal challenges to SLDF forces stationed within the Combine, nominally for honor, but in reality to erode morale and undermine the League's presence. These duels marked the beginning of what historians would later call the First Hidden War. The first public incident occurred in 2681, when dueling master Amanda Katsutoyo of the 3rd Benjamin Regulars parked her battlemaster outside Fort Chandra on Benjamin and issued a challenge to the Star League forces inside. After 10 days of taunting, Lieutenant Bradley Grabbers disobeyed orders and confronted Katsutoyo in a warhammer. She disabled his mech and executed the lieutenant by shooting his cockpit at point-blank range. The psychological and political damage was substantial. Reports of similar incidents began to multiply, especially in regions with significant SLDF deployments. Mechwarriors from the Combine, both serving and discharged, challenged League officials in open duels. Despite SLDF protests, Coordinator Urizan Kurita feigned helplessness, claiming he could not control former soldiers who had technically become Ronin. In reality, classified communications revealed that Urizen provided these warriors with equipment, logistics, and targets. Urizen's strategy was clear: embarrass the Star League, weaken its prestige, and reduce the appeal of SLDF recruitment within Combined space. By deploying elite duelists against poorly trained SLDF Mechwarriors, the Combine scored a series of quick and visible victories. The results were effective. Morale among League forces in the region declined, while local populations began to view the Khoritan warriors as superior. The tipping point came in 2682, when 5 SLDF Mechwarriors had been killed and 15 others wounded in sanctioned and unsanctioned duels. Concerned by the frequency and severity of these defeats, First Lord Michael Cameron ordered the refusal of all future duel challenges. The Combine propaganda seized on the decision, portraying the Star League as cowardly and dishonorable. Meanwhile, Michael launched an investigation into why the Khorita champions demonstrated such consistent superior combat performance. When covert operations succeeded in capturing a Ronin's mech, Hegemony engineers were surprised to find no technical innovations. The difference, they concluded, lay in training, not hardware. Cameron responded with the creation of an Advanced Combat and Maneuvering Skills Project, ACMS. A selected group of 52 SLDF Mechwarriors underwent an extensive training program, blending neural interface theory, martial arts, and mech piloting techniques. Their goal? To produce Star League warriors who could match or exceed Khoritan duelists in one-on-one combat. The first ACMS-trained duelists were deployed in late 2687. Colonel Donovan Fresnel, of the 75th Royal Hussars, became the first to engage a Khorita champion in formal combat. His Warhammer held its own against the Marauder, forcing a draw. Lieutenant Karen Graham followed with the first clear SLDF victory, defeating a Ronin on Havana in her Phoenix Hawk. Rather than discouraging further challenges, The Combine saw these warriors as worthy opponents. The frequency of duels increased, as did their popularity. Recognizing that outlawing dueling was no longer a viable strategy, Cameron pivoted to institutionalizing excellence. Envoys were dispatched to recruit Kurita duelists into SLDF service. While few accepted, those who did became instructors in an extended version of the XCMS, soon to be known as the Gunslinger program. Established as an elite postgraduate track on the Military Academy of Atheros, only the best graduates were admitted. Those who completed the course earned the distinction of wearing crossed six-shooter insignia on their uniform, symbols of personal mastery and institutional pride. The Hidden War, fought through hundreds of formal duels over decades, never triggered a formal conflict between the Draconis Combine and the Star League. Nevertheless, its impact on SLDF doctrine, morale, and identity was profound. Dueling continued for almost 50 years, until roughly 2730, with thousands of matches fought. In the end, the record stood at 49% Kurita victories, 47% SLDF victories, and 4% draws. A rather pitiful result, given the huge resources used for the Gunslinger program. Though no territories changed hands, and few citizens were directly affected, the Hidden War quietly ensured that a deep undercurrent of distrust would persist between the Draconis Combine and the Cameron Dynasty, one that would surface again in later decades. The period of the First Hidden War, cloaked in dual rituals and state propaganda, passed largely unnoticed by the broader Star League population. Outside the Draconis Combine and certain military circles, most citizens regarded the duels as isolated spectacles, more dramatic than dangerous. Combine state media glorified the victors, offering stylized Hollywood coverage that would further enhance a perception of myth rather than menace. The illusion suited the Star League leadership. With peace generating prosperity, there was little appetite among the council lords for confrontation, besides recent Kurita, that is. The duels remained contained, and thus the illusion of stability endured. The relative calm of the 2680s granted First Lord Michael Cameron time for his family. His three children, Jonathan, Jocasta, and William, grew up under close public and private attention. Jonathan Cameron, the eldest, shared his father's charisma and sense of duty. He trained as a swordsman and demonstrated both physical prowess and political aptitude. Jocasta Cameron, intellectually gifted and deeply inquisitive, remained out of the public eye, but gained a reputation within academic circles. William Cameron, the youngest, suffered from respiratory issues at birth and never fully overcame the frailty that marked his early years. During this period, the Terran hegemony continued to assert itself as the cultural heart of the Star League. The court of the Star League, located near Puget Sound, as we know, emerged not just as the League's political center, but as its cultural lodestar. The hegemony's influence extended into fashion, etiquette, philosophy, and media. With immigration restrictions relaxed across most of the innersphere, except within the Insular Combine, Terra became a destination of artists, intellectuals, and entrepreneurs. Holo shows, books, music, and cinema permeated every realm of the League. Cultural exports from Terra shaped behavior and values in distant corners of space. Star League citizens followed court fashion, emulated speech patterns, and celebrated hegemony holidays. This growing cultural homogenization pleased the Cameron family, who viewed it as the fulfillment of an ancestral vision: one species, one realm. In 2690, during a routine physical examination, Michael Cameron was diagnosed with advanced pancreatic cancer. Recognizing the severity of his condition, he publicly announced his retirement on October 13th, 2690. Though Duchess Katharina Cameron, his wife and trusted advisor, possessed the qualities of leadership, she chose to remain by her husband's side during his final years. Jonathan Cameron, the oldest son, was designated First Lord and assumed power with the support of the High Council. His ascension marked a smooth and uncontested transfer of authority. Michael Cameron's final years were spent completing The Journey of Humanity, a 26-volume historical work documenting the evolution of mankind from prehistory to the modern era. Drawing on the unparalleled resources of the Library of the Star League and the Bureau of Star League Affairs, the retired First Lord combined rigorous scholarship with reflective prose. The work was widely praised not only for its factual thoroughness, but also for its humanistic depth. His meditations on ambition, power, and legacy lent the work both emotional and intellectual gravitas. That Michael Cameron completed the volumes while enduring the agony of terminal illness was a final testament to his discipline and resolve. His death in late 2692 was marked by a year of mourning across the League. Black stripes were added to official vehicles, and ceremonies of remembrance were held on Terra in every member state. His reign was remembered as a golden era of unity, peace, and strength. I resent being called a warmonger. Just because I have an interest in keeping our military up to date does not mean the passion of a conqueror flows through my veins. In fact, the opposite is true. I want to so fortify our league that it would be foolhardy for even the strongest militaries to attack us. First Lord Jonathan Cameron, 2694. Jonathan Cameron, eldest son of Michael and Katharina Cameron, assumed office as First Lord of the Star League in 2690 at the age of 30. Married to a noblewoman from Sheraton and publicly regarded as confident and approachable, his ascension to power was broadly welcomed. After decades of peace, Jonathan's announcement of a major SLDF expansion was unexpected and controversial. While his father had considered military cutbacks, Jonathan argued that the League stood on the verge of a technological renaissance in warfare. Without investment, he warned, emerging breakthroughs would remain unrealized. He further stated that, in accordance with League law, new technologies would be reserved first for royal units, then distributed to the wider SLDF, and only made available to house militaries after a decade or more. This sequence, while unpopular in some quarters, ensured council support by promising eventual access. The build-up quickly bore fruit. New systems introduced included improved battlemech designs, headhunter missiles, snub-nosed PPCs, and multiple new support vehicles incorporating advances in energy and Myomir technology. Of greatest significance was the Space Defense System, SDS. This automated planetary defense network centered on M5 Casper drones, unmanned warships combining the firepower of a battlecruiser with the size and maneuverability of a destroyer. Controlled by advanced AI, Caspers could operate semi-independently, self-repair, and deploy reinforcements from computer-managed launch facilities. They were supported by ground-based installations equipped with high-capacity lasers and missile silos. Initial SDS deployments were restricted to hegemony worlds, prompting concerns among the council lords. Jonathan justified this by citing proximity to manufacturing centers and the experimental nature of the system. He assured the council lords that once proven, SDS networks would be extended to the capitals of all member states. Terra's SDS, named the Reagan Defense System, was the most extensive. It enveloped the Sol system with Casper units stationed at both jump points and in Earth orbit. All approaching ships were subject to automated IFF interrogation and, if unresponsive, destruction. The SDS implementation was marred with early incidents, including the accidental destruction of 3 vessels due to identification errors. Although these faults were corrected, public skepticism grew. Many questioned the logic of turning Terra, a symbolic homeworld for all humanity, into a fortress. Critics viewed the scale of militarization as excessive and potentially destabilizing. Nevertheless, construction and deployment continued. My greatest nightmare is that of Terra dying in explosions and flame. No hope exists amid the rubble, only the step of hulking mechs, the smell of smoke and death, and the wail of orphaned children. From a letter by First Lord Jonathan Cameron to his wife, 2704. Public concern regarding the growing defense expenditures was met by Jonathan's claim of long-term benefit, including scientific spin-offs and preparedness for any scenario. However, Jonathan's private correspondence revealed a deeper motivation: fear. In personal letters to his wife and his sister Jocasta, he expressed recurring visions of terror devastated by foreign conquest and humanity scattered into exile. While dismissed at the time as hyperbole, later events, including the League's collapse and the fall of Terra, gave these statements a prophetic tone. Jonathan described vivid images: enemy troops occupying Unity City, alien banners flying over Earth, and the symbolic fading of Terra as a spiritual center of humanity. Though still composed in public, the First Lord reportedly suffered from insomnia, anxiety, and seizures. During these episodes, he claimed to experience visions. Increasingly obsessed with creating an impenetrable defense around Terra, his efforts would finally bear fruit in a twisted way. Jonathan's younger sister, Jocasta Cameron, withdrew from public life. Once a popular and politically adept court figure, she underwent a personal transformation at the age of 17, converting to Catholicism and entering the Benedictine Abbey of St. Jo in Scotland. She committed herself to religious life the day after her 18th birthday. Over the next 2 decades, Jocasta embraced a life of contemplation and spiritual devotion. In 2704, she was named Mother Jocasta, a title reflecting her seniority and respect within the abbey. The death of her younger brother William, from drug-related causes, did not shake her convictions. Throughout her brother's deteriorating mental condition, Jocasta remained in close correspondence. As Jonathan's wife lived apart and his son Simon remained distant, it was Jocasta that perceived the full extent of Jonathan's decline. Her letters to him, though personal, have been preserved and are now considered a key primary source for understanding the emotional and psychological toll of Jonathan Cameron's reign. A major dynastic crisis confronted the First Lord in 2715, one which many historians identify as the beginning of the Star League's decline. In 2696, Mary Davian, daughter of Prince Roger Davian of the Federated Sons, married Soto Kurita, son of coordinator Urizen Kurita and brother of Takiro Kurita. Despite objections from the Davian family, the marriage produced 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. According to Davian's succession laws, based on primogeniture, Mary's eldest son would have inherited the throne of the Federated Sons upon Roger's death. To prevent this, Prince Roger passed the Act of Succession in 2700, disinheriting Mary's children and designating Joseph Davian as heir. Mary formally consented in 2702, and the matter was considered resolved when Joseph succeeded to the throne in 2703. However, Mary's death in 2715 reopened the issue. The Draconis Combine immediately submitted a formal claim that her eldest son, Vincent Kurita, was the rightful heir. Coordinator Takiro Kurita presented documents, allegedly signed by Mary, supporting the claim. The Davians dismissed the challenge as spurious, but were unprepared for Takiro to elevate the matter before the High Council. First Lord Jonathan, aware that a decision in favor of either party might cause the other to withdraw from the League, chose a neutral path. He appointed a commission to investigate and ruled that, should Prince Joseph die before a conclusion was reached, the Federated Sons would retain autonomous control. This delayed the final decision, but did not diffuse the underlying tensions. The commission's inaction led Takiro Kurita to take action himself. In early 2725, the 11th Benjamin Regulars, trained for urban combat, invaded the Federated Sun's world of Marduk. Prince Joseph Davian responded with a retaliatory strike into Combined territory. Despite the escalation, First Lord Jonathan refused to intervene militarily. Haunted by visions of a ruined Terra, he was unwilling to deploy SLDF units away from the hegemony. As the conflict intensified into the War of Davian Succession, Draconis forces advanced steadily towards New Avalon. Although the Federated Sons inflicted tactical defeats on the Coretans, they later gained ground throughout the next 4 years. In Unity City, dissatisfaction with Jonathan's passivity grew. SLDF Commanding General Fredaza approached Mother Jocasta and urged her to assume leadership. When she declined, he falsely claimed that she was plotting a coup. First Lord Jonathan responded decisively. General Fredaza, BSLA Commander Gregory Wallace, and Revenue Director Bryce Hincliffe IV were tried for treason and executed. In the aftermath, Jonathan turned fully to his sister for guidance. At her suggestion, General Rebecca Fettler-Draal was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the SLDF. Fettler-Draal immediately began planning Operation Smother, a decisive intervention to end the succession conflict. Simultaneously, civil war erupted in the Three Worlds League over the Merrick succession. Though urged to intervene by both the Capellan Confederation and the Lion Commonwealth, the Star League remained neutral. Fettler-Draal and Mother Jocasta correctly assessed that such appeals were opportunistic attempts to enable both nations to seize new territory. With the Davian front collapsing, Prince Joseph personally led the counteroffensive on Royal. His Marauder was disabled in battle, and he was killed by advancing Kurita mechs. His death caused Davian forces to retreat in disarray. However, shortly thereafter, Operation Smother began. 5 divisions from elite SLDF Royal commands were dispatched aboard 5 flotillas. The targets were the contested worlds of Breed, Clendatu IV, Lima, Royal, and Wapakoneta. All 5 landings were unopposed. On 3 worlds, the SLDF arrival triggered immediate ceasefires. On Breed and Royal, Kurita forces resisted but were quickly overwhelmed. Of note, the 160th Division, on Royal, initially landed only Vanguard elements, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. Nonetheless, superior SLDF training prevailed. A young officer named Captain Alexander Kerensky participated in this operation, his first combat command. Operation brought the war to an end and forced both House Kurita and House Davian to acknowledge Star League authority. First Lord Jonathan, advised by Jocasta, redrew the border to his 2724 position and formally rejected the Kurita succession claims. The Combine, humiliated, accepted the ruling, but did not forget it, as did the Davians, who had lost their prince to the conflict. The crisis and its aftermath exposed Jonathan Cameron's deteriorating health and mental state. Acknowledging his limitations, Jonathan proposed abdicating in favor of his sister. Jocasta refused, choosing to remain committed to her religious vocation. Jonathan's son, Simon Cameron, was of age, but estranged and unprepared. As a compromise, Jocasta agreed to act as his primary advisor. From her cloister at the Abbey of St. Joan, she directed policy via encrypted communications, effectively becoming co-ruler of the Star League. Jonathan's final years were marked by philanthropic pursuits. Increasingly frail, he devoted himself to humanitarian causes and earned widespread affection from the public. Jocasta, meanwhile, assumed increasing control over state affairs. In 2735, the council lords met in full session at the Abbey of St. Joan. Behind the cloister grillwork, Mother Jocasta presided over the High Council, formally assuming executive responsibility for the League's governance. Jonathan Cameron died in 2738 of a stroke. His funeral was attended by the full High Council and the Star League's nobility. In a brief ceremony, Mother Jocasta, executrix of his will, passed the jeweled staff of office to Simon Cameron, who became the new First Lord. With this act, Jocasta Cameron withdrew from public life and returned to her abbey, where she would pass in 2742, closing this chapter of Starleague history. Upon the death of Jonathan Cameron, Simon Cameron, aged 39, succeeded him as First Lord. Simon had served as Director General of the Terran Hegemony since 2734 and brought with him extensive administrative experience. He was known for his blunt demeanor and pragmatic approach, but beneath this lay a strong idealistic streak. Deeply influenced by the modern chivalrists, a literary and philosophical movement that advocated duty, moral clarity, and mutual loyalty, Simon followed a stern code of conduct inspired by medievalist ethics. His ascension coincided with a cultural renaissance across the Starleague. Courtly manners, epic poetry, and historical allegory permeated the arts and public discourse, with ancient themes of honor and loyalty becoming dominant narratives. Though popular with the public, Simon's moral absolutism made him inflexible in navigating the League's increasingly fractured politics. Unlike his father, Simon Cameron did not prioritize the expansion of the space defense system. He allowed construction on incomplete networks to finish, but cancelled further installations. His strategic focus shifted to the periphery, where he ordered the construction of extensive fortified complexes based on the Hegemony's castle's brine. These were intended as bulwarks against growing unrest. By 2738, popular support for the Starleague in the four peripheral realms had eroded significantly. This discontent stemmed largely from Council Directive 41, enacted in 2722. Framed as a grant of limited autonomy, the directive in practice removed protection formally enforced by the Bureau of Starleague Affairs and enabled unrestricted innersphere exploitation of periphery resources, usually aided by the corruption of the planetary leadership. Although Simon understood the exploitative nature of Directive 4.1, the recent War of Davian Succession left him politically constrained. He condemned the Council Lords privately, but responded publicly by expanding the SLDF presence and ordering the construction of additional fortresses. Simon grew especially weary of a Rim-Wars republic ruled by the Amaris family. Though publicly loyal, the Republic maintained a substantial hidden reserve and militia force, effectively exceeding the limits of Council Edict 2650. Of particular concern were 20 weapon manufacturing centers in the periphery that produced battlemechs, dropships, and heavy vehicles with little oversight. Intelligence reports confirmed clandestine arms purchases by unknown parties. Relations with the Federated Sons deteriorated steadily during Simon's reign. Prince Richard Davian never forgave the Starleague for delaying intervention during the Davian-Kurita conflict. Economic cooperation ceased, and Davian propaganda began discouraging SLDF enlistment. At the same time, the Draconis Combine disengaged from Starleague initiatives. In 2741, a significant incident occurred. A bandit force equipped with brand new battlemechs attacked the Lion world of The Edge, killing over 500 civilians. The Lion Commonwealth traced the origin of the battlemechs to the Draconis Combine and retaliated in 2742 by destroying the base at Butter Hold. At the Winter Council meeting, Archon Michael Steiner confronted coordinator Takiro Kurita, who confirmed the sale with a remark that business is business. Steiner physically attacked the coordinator, ending any semblance of diplomacy between the realms. Other tensions also grew across the innersphere. Even Morik, the Free Worlds League's belligerent and often intoxicated leader, routinely disrupted High Council sessions. Meanwhile, Warwick's Liao quietly rebuilt the Capel military. Raids and reprisals became common. Though officially blamed on pirates, SLDF evidence showed that many of these attackers were equipped and supplied by house militaries. By 2744, Simon ordered SLDF forces to treat all unidentified, unresponsive armed personnel and vessels as hostile, effectively allowing rules of engagement that led to open skirmishes between House and SLDF forces. This undeclared proxy-style conflict became known as the Third Hidden War. Unable to resolve the disputes diplomatically, Simon cancelled upcoming High Council sessions and dispatched envoys to each capital in 2743-44. These missions achieved little beyond empty promises. Some sociologists believe that individuals' feelings and thoughts are shaped by history. To them, free will is meaningless because any ostensibly independent action is actually a reaction to social and economic conditions. Others feel that mass behavior is useful in predicting the future. As proof, they point to the crash of the tourism trade in 2745. In the years preceding 45, tourism in and out of the hegemony was extremely heavy. Ever since the creation of the Star League, the number of travelers had steadily increased. In 2744, tourism was at its peak. The 5 major jumpship lines, Red Swan Lines, Black Ball Express, Ozawa Passenger Interstellar, Blue Diamond Shipping, and Tamar liners, had record earnings and plans to expand. All the major hotel chains were reporting similar growth and profits. In early 2745, travel between member states dipped, then plummeted. By mid-year, the number of bookings dropped to about half of what it was expected. There was no obvious explanation. Though the political situation was tense, there was not any major fighting between realms, and none of the leaders had restricted travel. There was no reason for people suddenly to fear space travel, nor were any economic problems with limited available cash. Everyone just decided not to travel anymore. Some sociologists believe that people could sense the impending collapse of the Star League. Whether an indicator or not, the simultaneous decision of billions of people was an eerie precursor to the fall. From Diving the Fall, Road Signs to Disaster by Countess Yellow Press, Terra Press, 2809. In 2750, Simon launched a personal initiative to restore faith in the Star League. Gathering a large warship escort, he departed Terra on a 5-year tour to the League's member states and periphery territories. He began in the Lion Commonwealth, visiting Skye and addressing cadets at the Sanglamore Military Academy. Avoiding nobles, he toured factories, farms, and release centers, and personally engaged with common citizens. His informal demeanor, riding bicycles, speaking plainly, and feeding livestock won broad popular support. The press broadcasted his message of peace and citizen empowerment across the innersphere. As he visited additional worlds, support for the Star League surged among common people. For the first time in decades, the public felt that they could influence politics beyond noble intrigue. In February 2751, while visiting the contested border worlds of Star Zen, Simon accepted an invitation to inspect the New Silesia mining complex, an asteroid-based facility producing titanium and selenium. During the visit, Simon expressed interest in operating a remote mining robot, a system similar to BattleTech controls. A former Mechwarrior, he was familiar with the interface. He donned a neuro helmet and began operating the machine under supervision. Shortly thereafter, the robot turned unexpectedly and charged a control booth, smashing its observation port. The resulting decompression violently pulled Simon into the vacuum, killing him instantly. 9 others also perished in the incident. The cause of the robot's behavior remains unclear to this day. His sudden death shocked the League and brought the peace mission and hopes of renewed unity to a tragic end. Was Simon Cameron murdered? The facts surrounding Simon Cameron's death, with their many inconsistencies and gaps, have invited countless theories, most of which conclude that he was murdered. Following are some facts and speculations raised by the High Council's panels of investigation into the death. First, The mining robot, a Digger 500 built by Wotan Mining Industries, had been overhauled and inspected just 10 days before the incident. There was nothing in the report to indicate any unusual defects. Second, mining operator Charles Mould-Ryden reported that the robot had exhibited damned unusual control twitching 2 days before the incident. The robot was pulled offline, but a check of its control system revealed nothing. 3. Examination of the robot itself proved fruitless, because the collision had split one of the hydraulic reservoirs, spilling its highly corrosive fluid all over the computer center. 4. Login sheets indicate that Petrovia Revizevich, a robot technician, worked on the robot the night before the incident. The company had no record of an employee named Petrovia Revizevich, however. This is not conclusive because the company had very poor bookkeeping, but investigators were unable to find the woman. 5. 1 hour after the death of Simon Cameron was confirmed, government agents noticed a transmission from somewhere within the colony. Investigations were never able to find the source of the transmission or to decode it. Speculation abounds about what happened in that tunnel. Most people believe that Simon Cameron was a victim of a plot. The Draconis Combine, the Lion Commonwealth, and the Periphery States are the 3 possible villains mentioned most often. The Commonwealth is probably the least likely of the 3, even though the First Lord's appeal to the people had caused Steiner some political discomfort. The Periphery, with its countless anti-Stali groups, definitely had enough reasons to wish the First Lord dead, but it is unlikely that any of the Periphery realms had the resources to pull off the feat. If Cameron's death was not an accident, the Draconis Combine is the one that most people think was responsible. Not only was there a long-standing feud between the Camerons and the Goritas, but the Draconis Combine was also the next destination of the First Lord's peace mission. The Gorita family had always placed a high priority on maintaining complete control over the Combine population, and it is reasonable to believe that the Goritas had the First Lord killed to prevent him from entering the Combine and appealing directly to the people. With everything we know and love collapsing around us, it is unlikely that we will ever know if the First Lord was murdered or not. Even if we did, it is unlikely that it would make any difference in what is likely to happen next. From Investigation into the Death of Simon Cameron by Paula Catterson, Terra Press, 2784. The death of First Lord Simon Cameron left the Star League in a precarious state. His only heir, Richard Cameron II, was just 8 years old, and his mother had died the year prior. With no other Cameron capable of assuming leadership, the League faced a crisis of succession at the time of mounting interstellar tensions. Fearing fragmentation or civil war, the 5 Council Lords, Archon Michael Steiner II, Chancellor Warwick Liao, Coordinator Takeru Kurita, First Prince John Davian, and Captain General Ian Merrick, convened on Terra shortly after receiving news of Simon Cameron's death. Despite concerns that these talks would dissolve the League, they culminated in an unanimous declaration on April 3rd, 2751, naming Richard Cameron II as First Lord and appointing General Alexander Kerensky, Commanding General of the Starlight Defense Forces, as Regent and Protector. Though stated goal was the preservation of the League, it would later become evident that the Council Lords sought to preserve their own influence during the Regency period. Nonetheless, Kerensky's appointment was welcomed by the public, who viewed the general as an incorruptible and honorable figure. Alexander Kerensky was born on December 16, 2700, in Moscow, Terra. His father, Nikolai Kerensky, was head curator of the People's Museum of History and a former SLDF trooper. His mother, Anna Kerensky, was a former SLDF sergeant major who later served in the Moscow city government. Alexander inherited his father's love of history and his mother's passion for literature, reading widely in Russian, English, and French. Suffering from a congenital heart condition, Alexander underwent major surgery at the age of 3. Although physically frail, his teachers noted his intelligence, discipline, and introspective nature. At 18, he earned a Star League scholarship to Tarkat University, where he met Michael Steiner, beginning a lifelong friendship. A medical evaluation revealed Kerensky's exceptionally responsive nervous system, making him a suitable candidate for battletech piloting. He entered the Nagoreng Military Academy and graduated with honors. He then joined the elite Gunslinger program on Mars, where he mastered advanced combat maneuvers in an Orion, a design he would favor for the rest of his career. Kerensky's first assignment was as champion of a 564th Hussar Regiment, part of a 160th Battlemech Division, the Sirius Division, stationed on the Combine world Paris. During his first year, he fought and won 4 duels. He distinguished himself during Operation Smother in 2729, leading a lance on Royal and assuming field command of a 564th after its senior officers were killed. His leadership allowed the unit to repel a superior Sword of Light regiment. For this action, Kerensky was awarded the Medal of Valor and promoted directly to colonel. In command of a 26th Royal Dragoon Regiment in the Taurian Concordat, Kerensky took a public stand against political corruption. On 5 occasions, he invoked periphery law to arrest corrupt officials and executives, winning the admiration of a local population, but angering several council lords. To neutralize him politically, Chancellor Warwick Liao and others publicly praised Kerensky, turning him into a media sensation. Their plan succeeded. The First Lord, intrigued by the hero from the periphery, promoted Kerensky and transferred him to Terra in 2731. Now a lieutenant general, Kerensky joined the Planning and Strategy Subcommand and was promoted again in 2733 to Major General, become an aide to General Rebecca Thatcher-Ladral, the SLDF's commanding officer. His popularity continued to grow due to his visible presence at court events and his dignified demeanor. In 2736, he publicly criticized the council lords in action during the so-called MedTech scandal. The lords demanded his court-martial under the Hooks Act, but public outcry forced the First Lord to dismiss the charges. Upon Simon Cameron's ascension, General Thatcher-Ladral retired, recommending Kerensky as her successor. Supported by Simon and public sentiment, Kerensky assumed command of the SLDF. Over the next 13 years, Kerensky personally inspected over 1,000 military installations. He became known for his efficiency, dedication, and accessibility. Internally, he restructured the SLDF, rooting out waste and corruption and increasing operational readiness. He also imposed tighter security on classified programs. As regent after Simon's death, Kerensky offered to resign as SLDF commander, but the council lords refused, citing the critical state of military readiness. Some observers noted that the lords may have intentionally kept Kerensky occupied with SLDF affairs to limit his political influence. Meetings of the High Council were routinely scheduled to exclude the general. This led many to view his role in the civilian government as ceremonial. The situation bore uncomfortable resemblance to the fate of his namesake in ancient Russian history. Here it is prudent to take a closer look at the mentioned politician. Alexander Kerensky briefly led Russia's provisional government in 1917, holding power during a pivotal moment between Tsarist autocracy and Bolshevik rule. Though he aimed to establish a liberal democracy, his tenure is marked by critical failures. He chose to continue Russia's deeply unpopular war effort, undermined military authority by mishandling the Kornilikov affair, and allowed the Bolsheviks to operate freely rather than suppressing them when he had the chance. His belief in dual power between the provisional government and the Soviets weakened his legitimacy, and his tendency towards symbolic gestures over decisive action left the state paralyzed. Kerensky's misjudgment directly contributed to the columns of moderate governance in Russia that paved the way for the Bolshevik seizure of power. He is one of the few people in history that have no defenders. He is identified as one of the worst politicians in human history, a complete failure with no redeeming qualities, and he was so despised that after his death the church refused to bury him. Our Alexander Kerensky was not a much better statesman, but at least he made a capable general. In 2752, the Council Lords amended the Edict of 2650 without Kerensky's signature, doubling the number of house troops they could raise. A year later, they passed a second law allowing the houses to fund these expansions through taxes on the periphery. Kerensky, inspecting SDS networks at the time, was outraged. He placed SLDF forces on heightened alert, but refrained from direct opposition, understanding that the growing unrest on periphery demanded unity, not confrontation. At the same time, anti-League terrorism resurged. Attacks on SLDF bases and innersphere business escalated, and Kerensky judged that keeping the Council Lords aligned against a potential rebellion outweighed the risk of their rearmament. After the death of Jonathan and Jocasta Cameron, some curious incidents and coincidents sparked a remarkable religious phenomenon in the Hegemony. Calling themselves the devout believers of the Saint Cameron, the movement at its peak claimed a following of more than 1 million on Terra and another 50 million throughout the Hegemony, including many soldiers and officers. The truth behind the mystical revelation that gave birth to the movement is hard to determine. A summary of accepted facts follows. 1 year to the day after the death of Jonathan Cameron, Lieutenant Saul Robstein, a young soldier in the 191st Royal Mech Division, was struck blind and dumb while participating in a military exercise. Doctors could not explain his affliction. 3 days after being struck, Lieutenant Robstein suddenly regained his sight and speech. He began ranting to the shocked doctors that the ghost of Jonathan Cameron came to him, a flaming sword in his hand. He said that the ghost told him that Jonathan's sister would die in 2 years, but that her influence would be felt far into the future. 2 years and 3 days later, Mother Jocasta Cameron died. 5 days after her death, another soldier, this time a gunner in the 17th Infantry Division, Trooper Sandra Ustos, was struck deaf, blind and dumb. She also regained the use of her senses, but in 5 rather than 3 days. She claimed that Mother Jocasta prophesied that Simon Cameron would meet an unfortunate end at the hand of a assassin's digging machine. Both incidents were reported in magazines catering to the bizarre, but otherwise forgotten, until the death of Simon Cameron in 2751 at the hand of an errant miner mech. A debate erupted in the Hegemony media over whether these events were just twists of fate or influenced by God. 8 days after Simon's death, Sergeant Heinz Mann inexplicably fell into a coma. Sergeant Mann, who served in the 219th Mechanized Infantry Division, had been in excellent health, but his current condition baffled doctors for 8 days. The private letters and writings of Jonathan and Jocasta, including the many about bizarre dreams, were released to the media by the court of Stalik's death. The writing were published in book form and became instant bestsellers. Many people read the books and dismissed them, but others took them as clear visions of a future and began to shape their lives accordingly. Eventually, the believers began to meet together, forming a set of common beliefs and rituals. Among these beliefs was that both Jonathan and Jocasta were saints of God, who watched over the Star League from heaven. When he awoke, Sergeant Mann told of visions of dozens of dead Camerons lying in their own blood. At first, the general public considered the believers of St. Cameron to be crackpots. In 2753, however, the believers' cause received a major boost. Richard Cameron met Stefan Amaris in a meeting supposedly divined by Jonathan Cameron in one of his letters written half a century earlier. A Cameron child shall stand before a distant ruler and be beguiled by his rough country ways and the interests that they share. I fear for the child because a distant ruler has cruel, dark thoughts. This drew more people to the believers of St. Cameron. Symbols unique to the new religion began appearing everywhere. One was the three swords of St. Cameron, representing the visitation of Jonathan Cameron to Lieutenant Saul Robstein. Another was a symbolic representation of a habit worn by Benedictine nuns. A third was a bloody throne. These symbols sprang up on the side of buildings, machinery, and even battle mechs. The believers of the St. Camerons wielded considerable social and political power in the hegemony during the last years before the fall. The religion not only survived the chaos that followed, but it even grew, with small fervent groups scattered throughout the innersphere and the periphery. The believers, not surprisingly under the circumstances, added General Alexander Kerensky's name to the two St. Camerons to form a trinity of divine figures from the last days of the Star League. Simon Cameron became a minor prophet, even though he had shown little interest in spiritual affairs during his life and had appeared in no visions after his death. Today, the religion is all but died out, except for a few small pockets of believers in Periphery and the Lion Commonwealth. Most of the lore has been absorbed into the huge mythos around the final days of the Star League. From the Death of Order, The Birth of Legends, by presenter Tamara Kresge, Comstar Press, 2999. There was always an air of disappointment hanging heavy about him. He looked as if the world around him were a poorly written novel. From Richard Cameron, an unauthorized biography by G.A. Tillers, CN Press, 2775. Richard Cameron II, the son of Simon Cameron, grew up isolated, orphaned, and profoundly shaped by romanticized myths about his ancestors. These were highly idealized accounts, bedtime tales filled with chivalry, courage, and destiny, yet divorced from the harsher realities of history. His parents assumed that time and education would eventually correct the distortions. Their deaths, however, froze these narratives in Richard's mind as absolute truth. He internalized the romantic image of the Camerons as virtuous sovereigns, guided by divine right and noble legacy. As he matured, Richard gravitated to legends and literature that reinforced his worldview. He idolized figures such as King Arthur, Charlemagne, Roland, and Aragorn, drawn by their moral certitude, regal authority, and idolized nobility. In contrast, he rejected scholarly histories of his own family, describing them as too dark and filled with depressing lies. His perception of the world became increasingly detached from political and historical reality. Isolated in Unity City after the death of his parents, Richard's life was shaped by solitude. He had few relatives, no real friends, and only limited interaction with other children. Adults in his life, teachers, servants, and court officials, treated him with deference rather than affection, reinforcing his separation from others. Bereft of emotional guidance, he turned entirely to the heroic fantasies of his books. My loyalty to the Star League and to the young First Lord is unswavering. May God strike me dead if I ever do anything to harm the glory of the Star League and the Camerons. Stefan Amaris, October 2754. Stefan Amaris, ruler of the Rimworld Republic, began to visit the court of the Star League frequently during the Regency. He styled himself with theatrical flair, imitating the appearance of Genghis Khan and deliberately playing the rustic provincial to exploit the innersphere's disdain for the periphery. This cultivated image served to disarm observers and conceal his political ambitions. Amaris had long harbored resentment towards the Star League and the Cameron family. He believed that his family and realm had been patronized, overlooked, and punished by the Camerons despite their unquestionable loyalty. With the death of Simon Cameron, he saw an opportunity. He began researching Richard obsessively, analyzing his preferences, habits, and emotional vulnerabilities. When Amaris met the First Lord in 2753, he presented him with a lavish gift, a holographic storybook depicting scenes of knighthood and chivalry. As the book projected detailed, animated tableaus alongside steering text, Richard was captivated. Amaris, presenting himself as a like-minded soul from a distant realm, quickly gained the boy's trust and affection. Amaris filled the void in Richard's life. He became a daily companion, sharing in the boy's routine and reinforcing the young First Lord's belief in his divine right to rule. Unlike the distant or officious figures at court, Amaris appeared to understand and validate Richard's romantic worldview. The relationship rapidly became exclusive and emotionally intense. Richard, already prone to idolization, began to model himself on the archetypical knights and lords of his favorite legends. Under Amaris' influence, he became increasingly temperamental, self-absorbed and authoritarian. He demanded total obedience, interpreted criticism as betrayal, and developed a fixation on personal slights. Amaris nurtured this transformation, promising that in the Rimworld's Republic, Richard would be revered as a living god. The boy began to see submission to his will as proof of loyalty, while resistance was catalogued as disloyalty. He took careful note of all perceived insults and plotted eventual revenge. The ability to suppress his rage until his 18th birthday revealed how deeply Amaris had shaped him into a vindictive and suspicious young man. The High Council welcomed Amaris' influence, so long as it kept the First Lord distracted. Few courtiers took notice of the danger. Only a handful found Amaris' presence troubling, but their concerns were dismissed or ignored. General Kerensky, despite being Richard's former regent, was too occupied with military duties to intervene or to develop a personal rapport with the boy. He neglected his precious ward just like his own children. By 2754, Richard's holiday gifts to Amaris were lavish and numerous. Amaris understood that his influence was total. He began to further distort the boy's perception, convincing him that normal discipline or opposition were threats to his authority. Richard began to view even minor criticisms as attempts to humiliate him, and increasingly saw his teachers, advisors, and officers through the lens of paranoia. Meanwhile, unrest was escalating in the periphery. The Edict of 2752 had imposed new and unpopular tax burdens, uniting previously conflicting resistance movements. Periphery-based terrorism surged, targeting Starleague facilities and innersphere corporations. The SLDF garrisons struggled to maintain order and suffered heavy losses. Traditional military responses were ineffective against guerrilla tactics, with widespread local support for the insurgents. General Kerensky, lacking viable alternatives, deployed additional troops to the region. He also activated the Special Armed Services, an elite anti-terror unit drawn from the Hegemony armed forces. Known informally as the Black Hordes, these operatives were tasked with dismantling insurgent networks through covert operations. Their ruthless efficiency and symbolic calling cards became infamous, as did their cynical motto, in hoc signo vinces. By 2753, nearly all 100 Black Horde battalions were committed to periphery operations. Kerensky ordered that these missions be conducted without excess brutality, but the realities of asymmetric warfare soon pushed Black Horde tactics towards those of their adversaries. Periphery governments, while publicly loyal, began covertly aiding insurgent groups. They provided resources, safe havens, and legal protection for suspected terrorists. Only the Rimworld's Republic remained cooperative. Amaris' regime actively arrested suspects and handed them over to the League for prosecution. At the time, this apparent loyalty was welcomed by Kerensky and the other League leaders. In hindsight, the Republic's unusual stability and eagerness to assist should have raised alarms. Instead, the SLDF welcomed any help as it struggled to contain an increasingly organized and violent uprising. By the mid-750s, the Star League was increasingly weakened by the absence of effective Cameron leadership. Despite increased tax revenues from the periphery, the economic burden of the House military build-ups placed unsustainable pressure on the Five Realms. Economic indicators that had once defined the good years, high wages, full employment, and extensive worker benefits, began to decline. Unemployment reached double-digit levels in 3 member states. The Council Lords, focused almost exclusively on expanding their military forces, showed little interest in addressing these problems. High Council sessions were only sparsely attended, with only 2 or 3 lords present at any given meeting. With no First Lord actively presiding, the central government of the Star League was effectively paralyzed. The Bureau of Star League Affairs attempted to maintain administration, but without executive authority, its actions were limited. Morale among career officials, diplomats, and bureaucrats collapsed. Resignations multiplied across all branches of the League government. This systemic erosion of authority and coordination pleased Stefan Amaris. The collapse of governance, economic instability, and widening unrest in the periphery served his long-term goals. His influence over the adolescent Richard Cameron was no absolute. Amaris had carefully positioned himself as Richard's sole emotional anchor, a substitute father, confident and idle. For years he had nurtured this role without making overt demands, waiting until Richard reached an age where he could legally and politically be useful. By 2755, the young First Lord was ready. Though still too young to fully govern, he was legally permitted to attend High Council meetings. Until prompted by Amaris, Richard had shown no interest in participating. His sudden appearance at the winter meeting of 2755 caught the Council Lords by surprise. The sight of the thin, adolescent First Lord seated in the ornate throne was unsettling enough. More shocking were his proclamations. To honor Amaris' birthday, Richard Cameron announced that he was granting the Rim-World Republic leader a knighthood of the Star League. Additionally, Richard proclaimed that all Star League Defense Force units stationed in the Rim-World Republic would be withdrawn. The Council Lords, unprepared and disoriented, approved the proclamation by legal countersignature before realizing their implications. They later claimed that their failure to object stemmed from confusion rather than agreement. Nonetheless, the proclamations became law. Public response was swift and negative. Critics condemned the appointment of a backworld despot to the ranks of a Star League knighthood, viewing it as a disgrace to the honored tradition. The withdrawal of SLDF units was even more controversial, especially when it became clear that the second proclamation required SLDF installations to be transferred to the Rim-World Republic military. This order triggered a serious conflict between Richard Cameron and General Alexander Kerensky. The general, then in the periphery, strongly opposed handing over Star League military infrastructure to a periphery realm. In a series of messages to Terra, Kerensky denounced the order as a violation of military security and refused to implement it. Richard, emboldened by Amaris and his position, insisted. Amaris urged him to demand compliance. The Council Lords, although privately uneasy, saw an opportunity to weaken General Kerensky. Those influence and popularity they considered threatening. They sided with the First Lord, viewing the divide between Richard and Kerensky as politically advantageous. Faced with unified opposition from both the First Lord and the High Council, General Kerensky reluctantly obeyed. The withdrawal of SLDF forces from the Rim-World Republic began, but Kerensky took steps to minimize the damage. He ordered the removal or destruction of all military hardware, communications, and classified data. Bases were stripped of weapons, supplies, and sensitive equipment. In theory, the Republic was to receive only empty facilities. In practice, the operation was flawed. At Fort McHenry, over 50% of systems remained functional due to poor execution. At Heverol Aero Base, critical computer archives were left partially intact, containing numerous SLDF fields and tactical data. Amaris obtained extensive insight into SLDF operations, communications, and readiness protocols. These gifts were what he had sought all along, and now he possessed them. In 2757, the SLDF conducted a massive internal training operation titled Operation Persuasive Force, involving over 50 divisions. The operation simulated a hostile multidirectional invasion of Terra by Starlink forces outside the Terran military region, which then had to be repelled by the Terran units. While officially described as an exercise, few observers accepted this at face value. In the periphery, the operation was viewed as a clear rehearsal for invasion. The Council Lords, meanwhile, considered it an overt display of SLDF strength, meant to intimidate them before the upcoming spring session of the High Council. In both interpretations, there was some truth. The SLDF High Command was indeed using the exercise to refine operational plans for potential military campaigns in the 4 periphery states. Simultaneously, General Kerensky intended the demonstration as a political message to remind the Council Lords of the power he commanded. The general also saw an opportunity to reconnect with Richard Cameron. He invited the now 13-year-old First Lord to observe the exercise from aboard the SLS McKenna's Pride. Kerensky specifically requested that Richard came alone, without Stefan Amaris. To the general's surprise, Richard agreed. The campaign lasted 3 months. The First Lord and his region observed simulated space battles, dropship deployments, and planetary landings. Kerensky arranged for Richard to accompany him in a specifically modified 2-seat Battlemaster to observe ground operations. He also brought Richard to military hospitals, exposing him to the injuries and trauma that accompanied real warfare. The general hoped that direct exposure to the realities of military service would ground the young ruler and perhaps diminish Amaris' influence. It was a futile effort. Richard remained impervious. Kerensky discovered that Amaris had not only captured Richard's loyalty, but had fundamentally reshaped his worldview. The young First Lord now believed in inherent nobility and absolute authority. In his mind, Amaris was the perfect noble, loyal, wise, and deserving of adoration. Kerensky's veiled warnings about the Republic's leader only provoked anger. The attempt to re-establish influence failed entirely. Kerensky's gestures were interpreted by Richard as suspicion and disloyalty. Worse still, official observers from the Rimworld's Republic monitored the entire exercise. The data and observations they collected would later prove critical in Amaris' planning. What follows is an excerpt of a conversation between Alexander Kerensky and First Lord Richard Cameron II on April 19, 2757. The conversation was held in the general's quarters and was captured on his personal recording system, apparently without the First Lord's knowledge. You mentioned yesterday about the nobility of the spirit. What did you mean? Nobility. You know, that's something people are born with that makes them either good or bad, rich or poor. Born with. Can someone start out common but become noble? I don't think so. Could you be a friend of someone who had committed a crime or was poor? I doubt it. No hope of redemption for the weary sinner, eh? I don't follow. Never mind. Look out there, Your Highness. What do you see? The egg is about to click to port, the Michigan to starboard, several destroyers and a few dropship. And what do they represent to you? The might of the Star League, the force by which the League can smite its enemies and create justice. Justice can be created. Of course. How? Justice is justice. It is the indefinable purpose of God we look for in life. It's not something we can create. Don't be funny, Alexander. Everyone knows that justice is one of the spoils of victory. Might is right? It is the noble way, isn't it? According to whose definition? Lord Amaris. He says that nobility is often just blind confidence. And then you believe you are right? Then anything you do is right? Exactly. Why do you shake your head that way? The years 2757 to 2760 passed without major incident, but tensions within the Star League continued to deepen beneath the surface. General Alexander Kerensky remained in the periphery. The military exercises of Operation Persuasive Force had temporarily deterred active resistance, but failed to reserve the growing hostility towards the League. Stefan Amaris, confident after General Kerensky's failed attempt to regain the First Lord's trust, continued to manipulate Richard Cameron. He fed the adolescent ruler a steady stream of rhetoric designed to inflate his self-image and to erode any lingering confidence in others. Isolated from independent perspectives and surrounded only by courtiers who feared or flattered him, Richard became increasingly invested in Amaris as the sole source of counsel and affirmation. By this time, the Council Lords were beginning to abandon even the semblance of cooperation. The fragile unity that had marked the early years of a regency gave way to renewed factionalism. Military buildups intensified, and border raids became more frequent. In 2760, these hostilities escalated sharply when a nuclear device detonated on the Davian world of Demeter, killing over 200 civilians. House Davian accused the Capellan Confederation of the attack and demanded reparations. Barbara Liao, newly installed as Chancellor, after only 4 days in office, referred the matter to the High Council. The Council Lords, divided and indecisive, failed to take collective action. In response, Prince John Davian launched a military offensive against the Confederation. The Davian offensive opened 3 fronts on the Liao worlds of Tsama, Wei, and Redfield. SLDF units stationed in the affected regions became trapped between the advancing forces. They requested orders from General Kerensky, but instead received directives from the High Council ordering an immediate evacuation of all contested worlds. Several SLDF officers who questioned the legality of those orders were demoted. Hearing that orders had been issued without his consultation, General Kerensky departed the periphery and returned to Terra. There he attempted to convince the leaders of the Lion Commonwealth, the Three Worlds League, and the Draconis Combine of the dangers posed by uncontrolled warfare between the houses. The lords expressed general concern, but refused to act, content to let the conflict run its course, so long no realm gained significant advantage. The war, later known as the Demeter conflict, subsided in early 2762. No formal peace was negotiated, but both sides ceased operations. The intervention of the First Lord soon shifted the Council Lord's attention to another matter. On the 9th February 2762, Richard Cameron reached the age of majority. Public optimism was high. Many citizens believed that the return of a Cameron to full authority would reverse the League's decline. Among the Council Lords and the SLDF leadership, however, there was less confidence. 1 week after his birthday, Richard summoned General Kerensky to his private chambers. Stefan Amaris was also present. Without preamble, the First Lord handed the general a stack of documents and eagerly asked for his opinion. The papers contained Executive Order 156, a sweeping directive that ordered the disarmament of all house militaries and private armies. The order prohibited any weapon system more powerful than a laser rifle or grenade. Non-compliance would be treated as treason. This decree was Richard's attempt to assert personal authority and exact retribution on the Council Lords for their perceived slights during his childhood and adolescence. Amaris, who had orchestrated the idea, presented the initiative as a historic gesture of peace. Richard believed the order would secure his legacy as a visionary leader. Kerensky read the order carefully. Then he spoke. He acknowledged the idealism of the proposal, but warned that it was unenforceable. Amaris immediately interjected, claiming that the First Lord had the legal authority to issue such an order, and that the Lords were bound to obey. Kerensky disagreed. "The Lords are bound to the Star League," he had replied, "of which Richard is only the first among 6 Lords." He reminded them that legality derived from the League Accords, not from the First Lord's will alone. The rebuke stunned Richard. He had expected support from Kerensky, though his opinion carried considerable weight. Disappointed and embarrassed, he stood silently as Amaris confronted the general with a direct question. Was his loyalty to the League leader or to its laws? Kerensky gave no answer and left the room. Despite Kerensky's reservations, Richard issued the order at Amaris' urging. The Council Lords responded with outrage. Enraged communiques arrived from all realms, and an emergency High Council session was convened. Richard entered the chamber with Amaris at his side and General Kerensky following at a distance. He was unaware of the extent of the Lord's anger. Amaris had kept him isolated from the reaction. The Lords immediately demanded clarification. Archon Richard Steiner III asked if the proclamation had been issued in error. Other Lords, led by Coordinator Takero Kurita, shouted accusations and denounced the First Lord. Amaris played the role of concerned advisor, defending the order while feigning fear. When Kurita rose from his seat, Amaris called the guards. Armed troopers entered the chamber with weapons drawn. General Kerensky intervened. He ordered the guards to stand down and leave. After brief hesitation, the guards obeyed. Silence fell over the room. Then first Prince John Davian asked Kerensky the decisive question: "Do you support the First Lord in demanding that we give up our legal rights to our own militaries, or do you stand with us?" Kerensky replied, "I swore an oath to the Star League when I entered the SLDF. I vowed to defend to the death the laws of the Star League and the uniqueness of each member state. I am loyal to my oath, which is why I must disappoint my First Lord and say that the executive order is, I believe, illegal." The Council Lords were visibly relieved. Richard Cameron, humiliated, sat in stunned silence. With Amaris unable to intervene, the First Lord signed a document rescinding Executive Order 156. The young First Lord's authority was publicly challenged and broken, while Stefan Amaris was exposed, briefly, as an agent of division. General Kerensky, though acting within legal bounds, had further isolated himself from the First Lord. Following the failure of Executive Order 156, First Lord Richard Cameron withdrew from public life. Deeply humiliated and resentful, he blamed the Council Lords and General Alexander Kerensky for his defeat. Stefan Amaris fueled these suspicions, telling the First Lord that the Lords had mocked him after the council session and that Kerensky had called him a child. Richard responded by dissolving the High Council and declaring his intention to rule by decree. He relocated to a private estate, known as the Star Palace, constructed for Amaris in the Canadian States, where he remained for 2 years. During this period, Richard governed independently. His most consequential action was a taxation edict of 2763, which significantly increased the fiscal burden of the periphery. When the periphery states refused to comply, Richard ordered General Kerensky to personally reinforce SLDF presence in the region. In 2764, Stefan Amaris departed Terra for the Periphery under the pretense of seeking reconciliation with General Kerensky. His real objective was to gain the general's trust and advance his long-term goals. Amaris offered valuable intelligence regarding the Taurian Freedom Army, TFA, a major insurgent force that had proven resistant to conventional SLDF operations. Amaris provided information without conditions or demands, surprising the general. While Kerensky remained wary of Amaris' intentions, he appreciated the strategic value of the intelligence. He cautioned Amaris to cease interfering with the First Lord and advised that Richard needed to develop his own governing capabilities. Amaris feigned agreement, claiming that his obligations in the Rimworld Republic would henceforth limit his presence on Terra. General Kerensky verified the intelligence and ordered 3 regiments to strike the TFA's stronghold on Mechwarrior. The operation succeeded. SLDF forces captured TFA leadership and uncovered evidence linking the Taurian Concordate's government to the insurgency. Amaris, meanwhile, returned to Terra and fabricated a narrative for Richard Cameron. He claimed that General Kerensky had accused the First Lord of incompetence and had ordered Amaris to leave Terra under threat of arrest. Richard, distressed, offered to override the supposed order. Amaris declined, portraying himself as selflessly loyal to the League and advising Richard to support Kerensky in facing the mounting unrest in the periphery. Amaris proposed a treaty whereby the Rimworld Republic forces would assume responsibility for the defense of the Terran hegemony in the event of internal crisis. He assured Richard that rebellion in his realm was unlikely and that the Republic's regiments could be spared. Concerned for Terra's safety and unaware of the implications, Richard signed the treaty on 21st of July 2764, without consulting the High Council. By early 2765, anti-League sentiment had intensified across the periphery, and the Taurian Concordate coordinated attacks resumed. The most destructive incident occurred at Fort Simpson, where a nuclear detonation killed the entire 265 Heavy Assault Regiment. Soon thereafter, New Vandenberg and 17 other Taurian worlds declared secession from the Star League, though not from the Concordate itself. President Nicoletta Calderon permitted the secession, but did not authorize a full break from the League. The Council Lords, divided, failed to respond decisively. Under his legal authority to preserve the League, General Kerensky deployed forces to New Vandenberg and ordered the local militia to disarm. Kerensky believed the New Vandenberg militia was loyal and sought to use their peaceful compliance as an example to other rebellious units. However, the militia refused to surrender its arms. Negotiations began, but news of their defiance spread quickly and transformed the militia into a symbol of resistance. The situation deteriorated when a miscommunication at Fort Gorky triggered a skirmish. A SLDF vehicle breakdown led to a fatal clash between the local militia and a squad from the 1st French Regiment. While the militia initiated the firefight, Lieutenant General Dominique Pétain, commander of the regiment, refrained from retaliation to avoid escalation. The militia, expecting reprisal, grew increasingly tense. 30 hours later, they launched a full-scale attack on the SLDF position. General Pétain's forces, though superior, were surprised and suffered significant losses. The resulting Battle of Fort Gorky inflicted heavy casualties on both sides. Though Pétain was cleared of wrongdoing, the incident ignited widespread revolt. News of the battle triggered uprisings across the periphery, and only the Rimworld's Republic remained quiet. The uprising spread rapidly. Militia forces, rebel regiments, and citizens armed from hidden caches launched attacks on SLDF installations. Martyr bombings and sabotage operations targeted communication hubs and key transport nodes. A notable attack destroyed the SLS Nebraska when a fuel-laden freighter detonated in its cargo hold. Debris from the explosion damaged the SLS Cairo, demonstrating the scale and sophistication of insurgency. Several SLDF divisions were cut off from reinforcements. Initially, the rebels posed little threat in direct combat, but the situation charged within weeks. In mid-2765, approximately 50 battlemech divisions emerged from across the periphery. These units had been secretly trained and equipped over several years by periphery manufacturers. Personnel were drawn from militias, mercenaries, and civilian institutions and trained in clandestine facilities, operated under the guise of interstellar shipping companies such as Black Crow Trading Company, White Star Liner, and Far Star Convoy. The insurgents launched coordinated operation against isolated SLDF units. Their primary tactic was to eliminate Starly commanders in targeted assassination. One such attempt failed narrowly when a battalion of mechs attacked Alexander Kerensky on New Vandenberg. Kerensky survived and immediately ordered a strategic response. SLDF divisions in the outer regions of the 5 great houses were instructed to mobilize and reinforce the periphery. House border forces were redeployed to cover garrisons vacated by SLDF movements. Despite the redeployments, many SLDF units could not be reached in time. Of the 50 isolated divisions and regiments, 13 full divisions and 18 independent regiments were annihilated. Most others were forced to retreat and were subjected to ultimatums to surrender or be destroyed. Nuclear bombardment was frequently used. By the end of 2765, over half of the 98 SLDF divisions originally stationed in the periphery were lost or incapacitated. General Kerensky ordered a strategic withdrawal to the innersphere to prevent full encirclement. But in 2766, he initiated a massive SLDF counteroffensive, redeploying nearly the entire Stalic military against the rebel forces in the periphery. While rebellion consumed the Turin Concordat, the Outworlds Alliance, and the Magistracy of Canopus, the Rim Worlds Republic remained conspicuously calm. Only a few isolated incidents of unrest occurred, and these were quickly and decisively suppressed by the Republic's military forces. A single significant engagement was reported at Götterdämmerung, where 20 Rim Worlds regiments allegedly repelled an invasion by one of the periphery's newly raised battlemech divisions. Reports included vivid battlefield footage and interviews with wounded soldiers. However, there was no independent verification of the event, as the SLDF had withdrawn from the Republic in 2755. Decades later, it was revealed that the entire battle had been fabricated. There had been no invasion and no engagement. The Battle of Götterdämmerung was a hoax. Stefan Amaris, far from the naive provincial he pretended to be, had in fact orchestrated much of the ongoing crisis. Years earlier, he had secretly convened with key anti-League leaders and outlined a strategy for the uprising. He advised them on the formation, equipping, and training of periphery battlemech divisions. To the Star League, Amaris presented himself as a loyal and cooperative leader. To the periphery rebels, he was a covered patron, providing safe harbor for subversive activity after expelling the SLDF from his realm. By mid-2765, the SLDF had suffered extensive losses in the periphery. Reinforcements from the Hegemony were necessary, leaving Terra and other Hegemony worlds exposed. Amaris seized this opportunity to influence policy further. Encouraged by Amaris, First Lord Richard Cameron formally requested that the House militaries assist in quelling the rebellion. The Council Lords, embittered by the First Lord's long absence from government and his role in provoking the uprising, declined to commit troops. Nonetheless, at General Kerensky's request, several states agreed to assist with logistical support. As the Hegemony's vulnerability grew, rumors spread of suspicious troop concentrations in the Draconis Combine. These rumors, in fact planted by Amaris, were aimed at discrediting coordinator Takiro Kurita, one of his principal critics. At the height of these rumors, Richard Cameron revealed the existence of the treaty signed with Stefan Amaris, which allowed RimWorld units to defend the Terran hegemony. Public reaction was overwhelmingly negative. Many citizens and officials opposed the deployment of foreign forces on hegemony soil. General Kerensky objected strongly and proposed an alternative plan to contract trusted regiments from member states like the Federated Sons of the Allied Commonwealth. Shortly afterward, the fictitious victory at Götterdämmerung was widely reported across the innersphere. The glowing accounts of the professionalism and valor of RimWorld troops swayed public opinion. Even General Kerensky, preoccupied with the deteriorating situation in the periphery, offered no further objections. With Richard Cameron's formal approval, Amaris began deploying his most trusted regiments into the hegemony. The First Lord, eager to validate his judgment, celebrated their arrival with ceremony. The 4th Amaris Dragoons, nicknamed the Far Guard, were assigned to protect Unity City alongside the Royal Black Watch Guards. Most council lords took little notice of the influx, distracted by internal concerns and relying on Kerensky's oversight. Only Takiro Kurita protested, but his warnings were dismissed as paranoia by his peers, who viewed him with greater suspicion than Amaris. Civilian concern grew as Republican regiments proliferated throughout the hegemony. Amaris concealed the surplus by creating fictitious units and assigning false identities to additional regiments. By the time his deployment was complete, nearly half of the RimWorld's Republic's military had been transferred into the hegemony. RimWorld troops gradually took on expanding duties. Initially tasked with guarding secondary installations, they were soon entrusted with key bases, including more than half of the hegemony's Castle Bryans. These massive fortresses were familiar to Amaris officers, who had received identical designs when the SLDF withdrew in 2755. Under the pretense of cooperation, Republican officers began embedding themselves in SLDF administration. Despite resistance from some Star League officers, Richard Cameron ordered full access to Republican observers who took a particular interest in the space defense system. Eventually, high-ranking officers and nobles, disturbed by the presence and behavior of Amaris forces, confronted the First Lord. Richard Cameron rejected their concerns, fiercely defending his ally and threatening imprisonment for further dissent. He sent word to Amaris that his honor had been questioned. Satisfied that the moment had come, Stefan Amaris departed for Terra aboard his private warship. His preparations complete, the next phase of his plan was ready to unfold.
Days of infamy, when some heinous act or crime is committed, are almost always bright and sunny. All have their faces pointed to the peaceful heavens above, making it much easier to slip them the knife. Stefan Amaris to his officers, 2766. As Stefan Amaris traveled towards Terra aboard his personal flagship, he monitored the strategic situation closely. Reports from the Terran hegemony confirmed that public resistance to the RimWorld's Republic's military presence remained limited and uncoordinated. In the periphery, the SLDF was fully engaged in suppressing widespread rebellion, requiring General Kerensky's constant attention and ensuring that the bulk of a regular army remained far from Terra. Pleased by the alignment of conditions, Amaris issued a flurry of encrypted orders to his operatives already stationed throughout the hegemony. Months of careful infiltration and quiet repositioning had brought thousands of loyal RimWorld's troops into proximity to key installations, especially on Terra itself. Amaris' deception, feigning unshakable loyalty to the Star League while planning its destruction, had reached its final stage. On the night of December 26th, 2766, Amaris arrived at Unity City under cover of snowfall.
His personnel was already in position. The next morning, December 27, dawned cold and clear. At 9 a.m., Stefan Amaris, accompanied by his personal guard, entered the First Lord's residence for a scheduled audience with Richard Cameron. The guards at the palace offered no resistance. Amaris had long been granted unrestricted access to the First Lord, and the security personnel, accustomed to his comings and goings, admitted him without suspicion. Amaris carried a large gift-wrapped box as he and his men crossed the marble corridors and the guards. Inside the private audience chamber, Richard Cameron awaited him with childlike excitement. Amaris offered his compliments, praising the First Lord's mature and decisive leadership. He then presented the wrapped box as a token of friendship. The First Lord eagerly opened the package, only to discover another similar wrapped box inside. Amused, Richard continued unpacking layer after layer until he found the final item, an ornate laser pistol, its grip engraved with the Amaris family crest and inlaid with jewels. Amaris took the weapon from Richard's hands and held it aloft, admiring the craftsmanship. With deliberate calm, he lowered the barrel until it aligned with the forehead of a Starleague's highest authority. From outside came the muffled concussions and coordinated explosions, Republican forces seizing government buildings, communication hubs, and military strongpoints across the hegemony. Without hesitation, Stefan Amaris pulled the trigger. Richard Cameron, aged 22, died instantly. Amaris then seated himself in one of the chamber's armchairs as his guards, moving with precision, revealed a concealed security control panel behind a wall painting. The system, which Richard had proudly shown his trusted friend years earlier, gave manual access to the palace's automated defenses. Within minutes, Amaris' men had seized complete control over the entire wing. When the blood from the First Lord's body began to pool across the marble floor, Amaris tersely ordered one of the guards to remove the unsightly mess. Thus began the Amaris Coup, later known as the Usurpation, the most infamous betrayal in Terran history. Within hours of the First Lord's assassination, Rimworld's Republic forces, already in place across Terra and key hegemony worlds, launched a synchronized offensive. Civilian leadership was decapitated. Senior SLDF personnel were hunted down and executed. Castles Bryan and SDS control facilities were seized or destroyed from within. General Alexander Kerensky's response to the Periphery Uprising involved almost the entire SLDF. Between 1/2 and 3/4 of Star League units actually fought there at one time or another during the crisis. About 1/4 of SLDF units were lost in the campaign. 30 mech divisions were destroyed and 9 were disbanded because of heavy losses. In all, the SLDF lost units equal to 140 divisions, suffering more than 1 million casualties and even losing 7 units who went over to the enemy. General Kerensky mobilized so many units in the other military regions and sent them to the periphery that he had to redeploy his remaining forces to cover the house districts. This left the Terran hegemony so underdefended that few could object to bring in troops from the Rimworld's Republic. With a strength of less than 10 divisions left in the Terran military region, Star League forces were no match for the troops of Stefan Amaris, and thus did the mighty League topple. From The Rise and Fall of the Star League by D. H. Rand, Farcart Press, 2989. Resistance in the hegemony was sporadic and uncoordinated. Many bases and units caught entirely unaware were overwhelmed before they could respond. Others, misled by official orders forged by Amaris agents, surrendered or stood down. The Royal Black Watch Guards, responsible for the First Lord's protection, were annihilated during the early stages of the assault. By the end of the day, Stefan Amaris had declared himself First Lord of the Star League, broadcasting messages of restoration and unity while its troops secured their stronghold over the planet. But there was one last event on Terra. Amaris assembled 79 men, women, and children of the Cameron family in the throne room. Sitting on the Starleague throne, and protected by many guards, he gave the distant relatives of the Camerons an ultimatum: swear allegiance or die. He had them brought before him, one by one, to answer. Not one of the first 20 yielded to Amaris, who accepted their answers and asked him to rejoin the rest. Then Jason Cameron Bashina agreed to bow to Amaris. With a cruel grin, Amaris shot him with the same laser pistol that had killed Richard. With no chance to live, the rest of the Camerons tried to rush the throne, only to be cut down by the surrounding guards. After the smoke from the charred bodies had cleared, Stefan Amaris left the throne room and ordered it sealed. Nobody knew it at this time, and few suspected it. The true Starleague was dead. A new age of war had begun. The Cameron Dynasty stands for the best and most advanced time in history. No wonder that there are quite a few people who claim that everything would return to be good again if we could only find a scion of this house. The strange Tree Pits affair is part of this movement and spawned its own conspiracy theory. But those that follow such ideas are too simple, sometimes naive, and ignorant, because there still are members of the Cameron family alive. The impoverished Principality of Regulus is still ruled by a side branch of House Cameron that can trace its lineage back to Elsa Cameron Jones. And if their realm is an indicator for the development the main family would have followed, then we have to reconsider and hail Stefan Amaris as the greatest savior and hero of mankind. The Principality of Regulus is a totalitarian hellscape. The population has no liberties and is subjugated under permanent martial law. It is not uncommon to get caught up in one of the many purges that make even casual conversation a mortal danger. It is estimated that Kirk Cameron Jones killed more people than the infamous Romano Liao, while only lording over a fraction of subjects. A policy his son Titus and grandson Lester even increased. They are a Cameron dynasty everyone can do without. But it would be unjust to dwell too long with these strange cousins. The true legacy of the Cameron dynasty is a memory, a dream of a unified mankind where the endless petty squabbles of the house lords no longer bring untold misery over the people of the sphere. A dream of a society in which scientific progress removes the border between magic and science, where humans have the ability to toy with stars and planets. It is a dream that once was a reality, but like every dream, it had to end. The difference between the hopeless present and the splendor of the past is so big that even after centuries the people still want to dream about it. Some even want to make it a reality again, even if this means that sacrifices have to be made. And since there are many different ideas about how to achieve it, there is new conflict and suffering. The succession wars were about the question who would be First Lord of Starleague. The clans invaded to become Ill-Clan and to rule a new Starleague. The true believers of Blake were persecuted when they offered to guide humanity to enlightenment. And we do not know what the future will bring. So, let us ignore the nightmare and allow the memory of a dream to stay with us for a while.